into the IDL ABL Baseball Tournament 2025 in collaboration with the Diamond Dreams Baseball Academy. We have got game one, day one here of the tournament. We've got the Serval Titans and the Puntaba Panthers. I want to welcome you into our broadcast today, Calvin Ritchie, hopefully being joined soon by Eli Wilder, former baseball player here in the States. We've
ओके तुझं शॉर्ट आहे ना आता माझं शॉर्ट आहे फक्त मला सांग
Let's see. So far, I would say there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of potential coming through this tournament here. And I would love to see a lot of action, a lot more pitching, and also great weather as well. Because I know last time we were on here, it was a bit of a rainy clash every couple of days, but now we get to see some sunny weather and some great baseball being played here. So from what I can see here, it's a lot different pitching off of flat ground than it is pitching off a mound because when you're off of a mound, it's more of a slope, so you have more angle that you push down on. So now it's just with flat ground, you're gonna have to adjust because now you're actually gonna have to go more of a straighter line than actually having to like pitch down on a plane. Yeah, you're right about that. For hitters, I don't think there's really much of a discrepancy there because you're still seeing the same, but that you're actually on level ground, you get to actually see more of the arc of a breaking ball or curved ball, and you actually get to see flat ball or a fastball more on flatter planes, so it's a lot easier to pick up. Looks like a ceremonial pitch, or I guess a ceremonial first hit, as it looks like. Here we go. Looking for another hit here. Well, that actually looks like a great field right there. It's got a full outfield fence and everything, and even the lines all chalked as well. That looks really good.
And earlier, we just saw there was during the warmups, they had some players out there playing volleyball on that screen as well.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can see the volleyball net out there in left center field.
Looks like both teams are starting to take the field now. Should be looking to get a
Yeah, here
quick
we
warm up.
go. This is something that you look forward to. That's when you know this game is about to get going, and you just feel the anticipation of the first pitch coming, and it just, I don't know. It's a really good feeling that you get to feel. I know I get excited about it. Hopefully, you all will be as well.
And so as we again prepare to get ready, what are some of the main things? Is some of these guys, have been playing baseball for a while. Some of them might be newer to baseball. What are some of the things that, as a coach, you would tell a lot of your players to focus on, especially in these early on in first games?
I say just playing clean defense because you know there's going to be a lot of contact, especially with the pitching. I think the biggest thing would be to be able to just get outs as best you can because from last time, what I saw, a lot of it was lots of hits, lots of running. It's just being able to actually hold offenses to a minimum. So it's important for pitching and defense to really take center stage in this tournament.
All right, and like we said earlier, there's going to be 6 games this first day, and then 6 games the second day, and then we'll get the winner of these two round robins playing on Sunday. We'll get the winners and the runner-ups, and each pool will advance to Sunday play, where we will then crown a champion of this 2025 IDS ABL League. As the team continue to warm up here as we're getting ready for this first game. It looks like it's about 8:05 currently in India, 8 in the morning. I know Eli and I are both live streaming here from the United States in the Eastern time zone. It's about 9:36 p.m. for both of us. So it looks like we've got a pitcher finally coming out to get warm up. And I believe it'll be the Titans in the field first, and the Panthers will be batting in the top of the first inning. As you can see in the background, ABL Season 2 getting ready to get underway. Nice first pitch in there for the warm-up. So the rest of the team also getting warm. It looks like it is number 3 for the Titans getting warm. That is Sujit Pradip Kashid for the Titans. Looks like he will be pitching first. And what are you seeing early on from his mechanics-wise, Eli?
Hmm. Well, based on the first two pitches that I saw, I mean, and taking a look at this pitch here, mostly a lot of stuff in the dirt. So good break on it. So the big thing is just being able to locate it and actually force him to swing it or put it into play and let his defense work. But hopefully, as the game goes on, we'll also be able to see the back angle of the camera. So now we'll be able to get a good view of the strike zone as well.
So it looks like They're getting ready. Umpires are taking the field. It looks like we are about to be underway here in India. As the team is now lined up. Catcher will go out now to have a discussion.
And it's always something to get started before the game. Just on track, make sure you're both on the same page, know your pitch calls, and just really focus and have fun out there.
It looks like the umpires went out of a meeting, make sure they're on the same page as well. And looks like everybody's coming in now. They're bringing in the players from the outfield to have a little discussion too. Oh, never mind. He's running back. Again, just talking strategy. You talked about it early on, but it is going to be very important that these players, especially these infielders, make the plays when they come to them. You know, the big part about learning the game of baseball is playing defense. To keep runs off the board as we get ready to get going here. Pitcher has got the ball he wants.
I feel like they're going to be waiting. Typically, if you have a pitcher throwing with a fielder, it's just to keep them warm. It's in the instance of a delay.
So looks like we get some sort of signal here. Pitcher still not yet on the mound. Talking to his catcher again.
Here we go. I think we're getting ready to get started now. Finally getting him on the mound, and now he's finally going to do his windup.
And the first pitch is in, and we are underway here in the IDS ABL 2025 season. Pitch is in there for a strike. So early on, we're seeing pitchers throwing strikes early, and that's exactly what you want to see. It's the pitch. That one is high for a ball. Again, this is the first
It's
look we'll
always
see.
about pitching. If you can have at least one guy that's throwing strikes the whole time and just be able to let him work, you'll definitely be going a long way.
That one, I believe they called it a strike. Now 2 strikes on the hitter.
So here we go. Especially 2 strikes counts. You know they're going to be trying to swing. So always be on your feet, especially if you're out in the field.
And the pitch. That one is hit in the air. Looks like it's going into the outfield. And it's not made out in outfield. Looks like this could be extra bases. And so the Panthers decide to stay with a single here. But they do get the first runner of the game.
And another important thing to know, the leadoff man getting on is always a good thing for the offense. So now you're going to have to try and work around that if you want to try and get some more outs, especially on defense.
Now number 8 for the Panthers, Scheich. And he's going to look to bunt as that one's high in the air. And couldn't quite see if the play was made. It looks like it was, or a foul ball possibly.
Based on where that bunt was going, I'd say that that was still in play, so that was caught, and now it's one out. And now they're going to try and do the
Was the
same
bunt
thing.
again. And that one is going to go foul for sure.
Yeah, that one right there, that was a smart defensive play. Even if you have something in the air, the big thing is to let it roll foul and then you kill it, because then it's still a foul ball either way.
So it looks like it is still number 8 for the Panthers batting here. So with 2 strikes, probably not going to see a bunt here.
No,
Actually, no, I
still got
think we
one
will.
strike, so I would not be surprised, but
That ball gets away from the catcher, and the runner will advance to second. So that was number 7, Ajinkya, the first batter of the game for the Panthers. As here comes the pitch. That one is swung on and missed. A really nice pitch. And
that was
Scheich
strike
is
3.
sat down. Now, Eli, to some of our India fans who maybe not as knowledgeable on the sport of baseball, it kind of explain to them what the tactic is behind bunting and what are some things that we could see continue to look for throughout this tournament.
Yeah, bunting is always a huge factor because it's always an important part of the game, especially if you have what's called a pitcher's duel. If you have both pitchers getting lots of outs, no runners on, and allowing no runs at all, bunting is one of those where if you get a runner on, it's a way to move the runner into scoring position to give other hitters down further in the lineup a chance to try and score them. So if you have guys that are good bunters that can get the ball down and are also fast, you can also have an extra runner on if you do it just right.
And there's 2 quick strikes now on number 8, Pranit for Carr, as the pitch. It looks like the runner's going to go. Throw down to third. Is going to be in time, and a nice play there by the catcher and the third baseman to catch the man on second stealing. And now quickly there's 2 outs and 2 strikes here for the Panthers. And what looked like a promising start to the first inning could lead to no runs here.
Indeed, and that one right there, that's just a straight steal to try and at least get into a better scoring position on third. But I mean, it was a great throw down by the catcher and just able to get it down quickly.
It looks like now we're going to
It
have
looks like they'll have a
some
conference.
sort of discussion. Maybe
And
talking
typically,
through
if you have all the umpires get together, they'll usually go out to discuss and see if somebody got a better angle, and it looks like they did at that time.
it looks like there will remain 2 outs. Welcome back to India as we get set to start the bottom of the first. Scoreless after one as the Titans made some pretty solid defensive plays in the field to keep it at nothing.
Yeah, really good job by the Titans defense. The big thing was definitely getting the runner out at third. That was probably the biggest momentum swing in this inning so far.
As the first pitch we swung on and hit, and a nice diving play by the first baseman. My goodness. We are seeing the defense on display here early on in this one. What a play by the first baseman.
That right there is that was just a great diving play, and you got to get dirty if you want to get those outs. And that was a great job right there, and it's a good first start first for the Panthers.
That was Deepak Patel, I believe. And that pitch is in there for a strike. So the count is 0-1 now.
And that one right there just dotted on the low inside corner. And if he can keep hitting that spot consistently, umpire will call it 9 times out of 10.
It looks like lost the feed here. Cannot see what's going on in the action. And we are back now. Not sure what happened in the time we were gone. That pitch is swung on and hit high in the air. It's like it's tracking well. That one's going to get down, and this one could be extra bases. He's going to round first and get in there for second, and that is a big double for the Titans. Looks like that's Mayor Ransing on the double. A nice piece of hitting there for the Titans, who have looked really solid here early on.
Indeed, that one right there was just a high fastball that got his hands to and was able to put it into the gap right there. And a really good job base running. So now they have a runner in scoring position.
We had not mentioned it earlier, but I believe it's Pratik Gaikwad on the mound for the Titans. Teammates refer to him as Messi. He does wear number 10, like the football star. So I wonder if he has anything to do with that related wise. As the pitch, that one looks like it's down low for a ball. Looks like they're going to try and bait the throw over. Possibly. Something if you're a base runner to look out for. That pitch is in there for a strike. Really nice location there on that low pitch.
Yeah, that one right there is just bottom of the zone. So now it looks like it's even at 1-1.
1-1 pitch. That one's in there for a strike. So back-to-back nice pitches there from Messi. And it looks like that. Yeah. And so we are getting ready. And so for Eli, again, for our audience, could you explain possibly why the runner on second is taking a lead off of the base?
Usually in in most of the upper leagues, you're allowed to get off the base and to try and attempt to steal. It gives you a chance to try and actually get to the base before you get thrown out. And in this case, at second base, you'll want to get more of a bigger lead because the pitcher is not really paying attention to you as much. But from there, it looks like he's trying to get a bigger lead to at least get to third.
As the last pitch is fouled off the pitch. That one is in there for a strike, and that's a big strikeout for Messi. As a big out after the double.
टेन्शन नको घेऊ.
मी ऑडिओ सोडतो आता बंद ठेव बोलतो.
Like we are back here. As that pitch is swung on and hit. Looks like it's going to be played by the second baseman and thrown to first and well in time. So they will record the out there. Nice play there by Sujit. And the pitcher's nice throw. And then a second baseman throwing the ball to first in time for the out. Still a big opportunity here, as that one is downstairs for a ball. Count will be 1-0. Big opportunity here for the Titans to get out of the jam with minimal damage.
And that right there, that was just good defense by the Titans. And now they're going to be able to put themselves in a great situation and try and get out of this thing unharmed.
That pitch looks like it is. It's away, and that's going to score a run. Nice base running, head base running by Messi to score a run. And there's a run for the Panthers. As that they scored the runner just then. So now 2-2 the count here. Sujit with a pitch to possibly get out of this inning. Timeout is called. Here's the pitch. That one gets inside, almost hit it. So now the count will run full.
And here you go. This is one of those where you got to have an action pitch right here. You got to go at him, and you got to force contact no matter what.
And that one's going to be hit on the ground, but it's going to get foul. Eli, we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast but we have seen some really solid defense from both of these teams.
Indeed, especially out in the field, because it's just one of those where you got to be able to do whatever you can out there. I mean, there's a couple of mishaps behind the plate, but for the most part, everybody has done their part.
As that one goes foul. Looks like Deepak, number 9 for the Panthers, is at the plate. The payoff pitch. That one is fouled back again. We'll do full count again.
And good job just fighting there. It's one of those where if you keep racking up the pitch count, the sooner you can get them out of the game. So great job and great at bat.
That one's hit on the ground softly. First baseman's going to make the play, no problem. And that's going to end the inning. And so the Titans put some runners on, and a wild pitch results in some runs. So we head now to the bottom of the second inning. Panthers leading 2-1 over the Titans. And welcome back as we are here in the bottom of the second. That pitch swung on and missed. So the count will be 2-2. I believe this is the first batter of the inning here for the Titans for this half inning for the Titans. Again, this is game 1. The ABL League 2025. That one's hit on the ground. Third baseman's going to throw over to first, and it's going to be in time for the out. Nice play made in the defense for the Panthers. They've continued to look sharp on the defensive side.
Indeed, that one was just
And welcome back. It looks like we now have a runner on. And the pitch. That one's in there for a strike. Beautiful pitch by Ness there. Looks like it's 0-1. And they're going to check the runner at first. Throw in there is not in time. Also picked cleanly at first.
Yeah, and a really good job on defense. And the big thing here is this is a field that has no fences that run down the line. So if that ball gets by, he's getting second no matter what.
Looks like the feed has gone away again. It looks like we are back here, up and running. It looks like there's going to be on. It's the Titans still pitching. Runner on first now for the Panthers.
Yeah, that one right there just looked like it was a bit of a dribbler over the second base, but it bobbled, so he wasn't able to field it cleanly, and the runner will just get on from there.
Looks like this is number 8 for the Panthers. Sport Carr. That one is down for a ball. Excuse me, this is
That was a really good breaking pitch right there. It's just a little too much. Started way above the zone, and it was able to go down. And as I was mentioning before, especially if you have something that's on flat ground, it's going to dive a lot more than it would if it was on like a slope, like a
It looks like we're back here. A throw on to third, and that one is not going to be in time. The third baseman could not handle it cleanly. And so now the Panthers have a runner on third here. Chance to extend their lead here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, that one right there, that was just good heads-up base running, and the throw was a little high and came out of the third baseman's glove, but either way, it was still a good steal.
As the pitch. That one is swung on and missed for a strike. And now the runner at first is going to advance to second. No throw down. Now the Panthers have second and third here, looking to make some noise.
You know, that one right there, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't go behind the runner who stole third 2 pitches ago, but it's one of those where sometimes it's just being able to execute a double steal.
That one's hit high in the air, but it looks like it is going to get foul. Again, this is the first look at both of these teams.
And especially on that one, it looked like he was trying to make him go for a high target there, but he was able to get his hands to it and force that out of play.
Looks like that's going to be a strikeout. So a big strikeout there for the Titans. Now a big opportunity to possibly get out of this jam here. The pitch. Looks like they're going to look to bunt, but pull back. That's going to be a ball. Eli,
Yeah, there are some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
maybe talk our fans through some of the rules regarding a bunt, because I know it could be a little confusing.
Yeah, of course. So when you're bunting, the biggest thing is that if it goes foul, it's still a strike. And another important thing is if you bunt with 2 strikes and it goes into foul territory, it's considered an out. It's automatic strike 3.
So 1-1 count here. It looked like he showed bunt the first pitch, but then he did it the second. And the pitch is going to hit high in the air, it looks like, but it's going to get foul. So now let me 1-2 the count.
Yeah, and those there are some instances where you will try and will do what's called a fake bunt, where you just put your bat out there, just make the pitcher think that you're trying to bunt and trying to force him out of the zone. Because if you're in the pitcher's mind, you're thinking, "Oh, it's going to try and bunt, so now I'm going to try and make sure he doesn't actually get the ball down."
All right, so 2 balls and 2 strikes now to the hitter. That's the pitch. That one is away, and the count will be full. Nice job there by the catcher. You know, if that ball gets away from him, it could be trouble.
Yeah, that was a good job defensively, and it's one of those where if you got 2 strikes and you got a runner on second and third, you don't want to try and like let him score.
And that ball is hit in the air. It looks like that's going to get down for a base hit, and that's going to score 1 run, possibly 2. It looked like he was going to stay for just a single. But that is going to put 2 runs on the board, possibly, for the Panthers. They run the bases correctly, and just a really nice piece of hitting. Looks like we are back. That one goes foul. We're back down again. And we do not know the results to the last game either yet. Hopefully, we will get information on what happened between the Panthers and the Titans. But currently, we are watching the Hunters and the United in Game 2 of the ABL 2025 season. As that pitch is swung on and missed, and that's going to be strike 3. So immediately we come on stream and we get a quick strikeout. Again, thank you for joining us in the live stream so far on YouTube, the Diamond Dreams Academy. Calvin Ritchie alongside me, my co-host with the most, Eli Wilder. And Eli, we saw a lot of really good defense in that first game, as it looks like runners on the corners here and 2 down. But what are some other thoughts that you had about that first game? Some of the things that stood out to you.
Well, to my recollection, mostly what I saw from the first game was a lot of really good defense, a couple of mishaps behind the plate that led to some early runs for the Panthers. But for the most part, it was really good. Got to see a little bit of offense come in as well, and just really see what baseball's all.
And here's the pitch. And that one is hit, and that's going to be a base hit. So it looks like we're going to have some runners score on the single. So a run will score. The runners move up first and second now. And that's just a really nice piece of hitting.
Yeah, that one right there is just having a good opposite field approach, driving it to the right side. And that also scores a run. So now he also got 2 more runners on at this point. And it's just that's how you play the game right there. Anything you can do to drive the ball to the opposite field. And
There's another well-hit ball. It's going to go down the line, and that's going to be a base hit. Runners are not going to advance past one base. So a nice defensive play there by the outfielder to keep it in front of him, but the bases are now loaded here. So some trouble in the bottom of the first inning.
yeah, that one right there is just one of those in between plays. If you got a fly ball that it's going to be falling in between an infielder and an outfielder, it's just one of those where, as a runner, you can't really tell who's going to catch it, but you got to go at least halfway. And that was a good awareness right there to at least see where the ball was, and now you got the bases loaded.
And it looks like it is Vishal Gold, number 8, in the mound for the Hunters. So the Hunters are going to be in red, and United is going to be in blue. As this pitch is swung on and missed, they throw down, and it is not in time.
Not a better idea right there. It's just if you're gonna try and do a back fit, it's just you got to be one of those where a runner is not paying attention at all. And he was just walking to the bag back to the catcher, so it was a good idea right there.
And that pitch is swung on and missed. It looked like it hit the catcher, but that will end the inning. So they load the bases, but nothing comes to pass after the loaded bases. And so we will head to the top of the second, as it looks like United leads 1-0. And welcome back to the top of the second of the IDS ABL 2025 season, Game 2, Day 1, as it'll be the Hunters coming up to the plate. United, pitching for United is Yash Karate, number 10. And the first pitch we see from him is going to be outside for a ball, 1-0. It looks like Sachin Mule up to the plate for the Hunters. The 1-0 pitch. That one is swung on and hit high in the air. And it is going to be played out in the outfield. Nice play. It looked like there might have been a little bit of communication error, but the play is made nonetheless, and there's one out.
Yeah, it's just one of those where you're trying to communicate amongst outfielders, and sometimes you won't even hear them at all. Really great example, World Series Game 7. Kike Hernandez, Andy Pages, left fielder, center fielder, not really communicating, and that resulted in Hernandez running over or getting ran over by Pages. But here, that was not the case, but the still got the out there.
The first pitch is outside for a ball. Looks like number 18 up to the plate for the Hunters. Oh gosh, is that one is foul tipped and caught, so strike. So the count will be 1-1.
And that one looked like it had some heat on it.
The 1-1 pitch. And that one is swung on and missed. Or excuse me, it was hit on the ground, played by the third baseman, throw over. And the out is recorded. So there are 2 down. So 2 up, 2 down here for United in the top of the second inning.
And that one right there, especially on that strike 3 call, it was just the fastball up and in, and just try to get him to that. And that was a really good pitch and really good location.
That one almost hits the batter. Just a first really uncompetitive pitch we've seen from Yash. He's been lights out so far in the top of the second. That one is away for a ball. So the count now 2-0 early.
It's also one of those situations where you got 2 outs, 2 balls, no strikes. You want to try and get back into the count here.
As that brings another batter to the plate. With 2 outs, that'll bring up number 4 for the Hunters. There's the pitch. That one is just outside for a ball. And the runner will move up to second. number 10, Vikram.
So what looks like from what we missed, it looks like Yash Karate allowed that runner on. So now we got a runner on second, but still 2 outs.
That pitch is outside. He's going to try and steal third, and he does successfully. The throw down just couldn't get him, and so now a runner all the way on third base for the Hunters.
Yeah, that one right there, even with a high leg kick from Karate, it just allows the runner more time to try and get some steps over to third. So it was just one of those where he had a much better head start. And even when the catcher had the ball, he was already sliding in, even when the third baseman caught it.
It's something we've seen so far from a lot of these teams, and we were talking with, one of our other talent members, Kumar. You guys will see him later on in this day. He's talking about a lot of the games that the kids play in India. Have to do a lot with stealing, sort of cops and robbers type games, and he says that's something that also plays a factor on the baseball field, and that's why we're going to see a lot of steals and steal attempts from a lot of these teams. As the pitch. That one is away now, and so a little bit of trouble here for Yash and United as he's sort of struggling to find the zone right now.
Yeah, it's definitely something you don't want to have, especially when you had 2 outs for the last 2 batters. And the goal here is to definitely try and get out of the inning.
So here comes the pitch. And that one is hit on the ground, and it gets past the shortstop and into the outfield, and that's going to be a base hit, and that'll score the runner from third. So it looked like it might have been a ground ball to get out of the inning, and it's not fielded cleanly over there. And now with the runner scored and a runner on first, United's going to have some work to do to get out of the rest of this inning.
Indeed, and the big thing here is that the runner that is going to be allowed with 2 outs is now, it's now a tie game. You got a runner on first, and now the goal is to try and get out of the inning without letting it snowball too much.
As the first pitch and the runner goes, the throw down is not going to be in time, and he steals the bag easily. So again, there we see it. They're going to be aggressive. The Hunters have decided that they are going to be aggressive on the base path, and they continue to steal bases at a rapid pace. Wouldn't be surprised if they send the runner here as well. It's the pitch. And that one gets away, so that'll be another ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to steal that time, but it's also finding the right pitch to be able to steal it, especially breaking balls because they take less time to get there. You don't know where they're going, and the catcher's got to try and go down lower to try and get it off the break.
That ball is away as well, and the count now 3-0. So 3 balls, no strikes. Runner on second, 2 outs here for the Hunters. The pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Nice pitch, finding the zone there to avoid giving up the walk.
Indeed. It's just one of those pitches that you got to work your way back into the zone. And from there, it gives you a chance to try and go at him again.
3-1 pitch. Runner goes, and that one is in the zone. So it'll full count now, but there was no throw down to third. And so now there is another runner on third base here for the Hunters and a chance to add to the run total in the top half of the second here.
Well, 3-2 pitch, you got an action pitch, and especially on a 3-1 count, there's any opportunity you can get over to third, it was then. And even if he gets on, now you got runners on the corners. If he gets on here, be a walk or a base hit.
The payoff pitch is hit down the line, but it's going to go foul. See, look, some students over there past the foul ball line get it back into the diamond. Good to see some children watching the games here at the IDS ABL 2025 League. Always love to see, that's the whole point of this Diamond Dreams Academy and this, baseball league. They're trying to work to grow the game of baseball in India. So when you can see, the nation's youth getting involved, watching the games, it's always good to see. As the payoff pitch is swung on and missed, and it gets away, picked up by one of the hunters. I believe they're ruling this a foul ball. So we will do the
Yeah,
full count over again.
yeah, that one right there. It looked like he swung over the top of that, but it fouled off. Catcher wasn't able to squeeze that one. It still rolls out of play, but luckily it was still a foul ball, so we get another shot for a full count.
Another full count pitch. That one is hit down the line and foul. And so this has ended up being quite a long at bat and a big at bat here for both of these teams. If you're the Hunters, or if they're Hunters, it's looking to keep that momentum. And if you're United, looking to get out of this inning with minimal damage. The pitch. That one is hit in the air softly, and it is going to get down for a base hit. So the runner from third will score. It'll be an easy single, and another run added for the Hunters here in the top of the second.
And that's just a great piece of hitting right there. Just a breaking ball, center cut, and just being able to drive that to the outfield for one hopper to the center fielder. Great job right there. And now another run on the board. You still get a runner on base.
So now runner on first, still 2 outs here for the Hunters, looking to keep this momentum going as the pitch. That one's away. Gets away from the catcher, and the runner is going to steal second base easily. So again, there we see the Hunters being really active on the base path, really trying to be aggressive, getting their runners in scoring position.
And that time right there, it was also a transition of the ball from glove to hand.
Oh, it looks for a bunt. So that one misses the zone, and so the count will be 2-0 now.
And there, it's meant to be a distraction. If you're trying to fake bunt, it's to try and force the pitcher to throw it out of the zone.
To a pitch. Runner goes again. Bunt pulled away. Throw down is not going to be on target. So the runner's going to steal third easily. And once again, we see the Hunters with a runner on third and a chance to add another run into this top of the second.
And that right there, you're just trying to force the bunt and force the pitcher to throw a bad pitch right there. But again, Hunters have been active on the base pass for this whole inning.
2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. A hefty cut there. And that'll make the count 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. That one misses the zone, so the count will be full again. So not only are we seeing the Hunters get aggressive on the base path, but we've also seen them now generate 2 full counts and have really run the pitch count up here in this inning. As that one is hit high in the air, and it will be played cleanly out in right field, and that will end the inning, but not without some damage done by the Hunters as they add 2 runs there with 2 outs, mind you, and we'll head to the bottom of the second inning with United looking to answer. Welcome back to Maharashtra, India, as we get set to start the bottom of the second. It'll be Vishal back on the mound here for the Hunters. United looking to answer the 2 runs scored by the Hunters in the last inning. Again, this is game 2 of day 1 of the IDS ABL 2025 League. That pitch just misses. Pitch. That one is swung on and fouled back out of play. The count will be even at 1.
In last inning, it was just really good hitting by the Hunters and just being able to do a whole lot of damage, especially with 2 outs, because United pitcher Yaskarade did a good job getting the first 2 outs of the inning, but a couple of walks and hits just led the whole inning to spiral out of control.
And that is a weak fly ball that is fielded cleanly in the infield. Looked like the second baseman making the play, and there's 1 out quickly for the Hunters. Looks like a picture-perfect day here in India. Eli and I are both joining remotely from the United States, but it does look like a great day for baseball. Something seemed to be hard to come by the last couple of weeks. As you remember, this tournament was supposed to happen a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, the weather was not on our side, and we were not able to play. But now we have gotten the tournament in, and things are looking good so far.
Indeed, and even over on the eastern side of the U.S., weather's not been so great. Mostly cold, some rainy, and surprisingly a little bit of snow.
Absolutely. It is cold time here in the United States. It's starting to cool down a lot, moving towards the winter season. All your MLB fans out there, the World Series just ended. One of the greatest World Series, I would argue, of all time. 7-game thriller between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Again, congratulations to the Los Angeles Dodgers on a World Series championship. But again, a great World Series, one of the best of all time, and a great, obviously if you're getting into baseball, this is the perfect time to do it. You just saw a great World Series. You thought, why can't I bring this back home to me with India, in India, learn how to play some baseball, get involved here with the Diamond Dreams Academy. And that's just a great way to grow the game of baseball, not only in India, but all throughout the world, really. It looks like live stream has frozen up a little bit on us. Hopefully we can get that back and running soon. It's about 10:30 in the morning here in India. We got games running almost all day. This is game 2 of 6 that will happen over the time today, as we will have the Hunters, the team we're seeing right now, go up against the Panthers in game 3 that Eli and I will also be on the call for. So we've got that to look forward to coming up after this. So we'll see this Hunters team and this Panthers team play twice, the 2 of us today. So we're back in on the action. The pitch. That one is outside for a ball. So it looks like we're getting a new ball here. It looks like it's number 3 for the United at the plate. That ball is in there for a strike. Jamun. is the name for number 3, or at least that's the nickname his teammates call him. It's the pitch. That one's a little low. The pitch. That one's in there for a strike. So 2 strikes now, full count coming up. And again, we've seen some really long at bats, some really good discipline at the plate from both of these teams so far in this game. As that one is hit on the ground, played nicely by the shortstop. Throw is going to be in time. And that is incredible defensive play there by the Hunters to get out of the inning. What a play by the shortstop, and a really nice reaching grab over there by the first baseman. As we now head to the top of the third, and the Hunters will go back to the plate. Looks like the teams are lining up now. Not sure what's going on.
Well, based on what I'm seeing, yeah, I believe that was the end of the ball game right there.
Unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure what the final score was. I know we saw the Hunters score 2 runs in that second inning, that the bottom of the first. But great sportsmanship between these two teams. The Hunters will stay on. Like we said earlier, there will be a third game that Eli and I will be on the call for. It'll be the Hunters and the Panthers. It looks like they're going to recognize number 10, Yash Karate, as he will receive a medal. He was the pitcher for that United team. They'll give him a nice round of applause. Not the last you'll see of either of these two teams, is we'll be playing games all day in India, as this is just the beginning of day 1 of a 3-day tournament.
Indeed. And this is only just one side of the bracket here. You got the Panthers, you got United, you got the Hunters and the Titans. And day 2, you'll get to see a whole different batch of teams that are going to be there. You'll have the Spartans against the Falcons in the first game, and then the Rockets and Lavenders game 2, and then you'll be seeing all sorts of matchups happen later, which also includes Spartans Rockers, Falcons Lavenders, Spartans Lavenders, and Falcons and Rockers. So lots of more baseball going on tomorrow. And then the top 2 from each side of the group of teams will face each other in the semifinals, and we will get to see who all comes out of that for the finals Sunday evening in India.
And I believe we'll have some other things going on that Sunday, Championship Sunday as well. Eli, we didn't get to watch a ton of that game, but what are your thoughts after seeing both of those two teams play?
Well, just being able to see the it was Hunters and the Panthers, or was it Hunters and United?
Hunters and United were in that last game. Hunters and Panthers will be coming up in just a moment.
Well, in that case, what I saw was really great defense from both sides. Not a whole lot of offense, but it was mostly pitching and defense that took over that time. And just being able to see Yash Karate pitch a little bit, and also see a lot of great defense on hand for the Hunters, and even a little bit of offense and some great aggression on the base pass by the Hunters, being able to score those 2 runs in that second inning.
Yeah, I was just about to note how I felt like those teams were a lot more aggressive in this game than the teams we saw in the first game. Now, mind you, we didn't get to watch a ton of that first game. Unfortunately, we were having some technical difficulties on the stream, but we now are getting geared up to start Game 3 of this day one, Panthers versus Hunters. It is currently 10:41 in India on Friday morning. Our game against the between the Panthers and the Hunters is set to start at 11:15 a.m. So we are going to probably take a quick break, but we'll be back here uh, before these teams get started to sort of get you ready for that third game, Game 3 of 6, that will happen throughout the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IDS ABL 2025 tournament. It is game 3 of day 1. We have the Hunters and the Panthers. We've seen both of these teams already tonight, but we are getting ready to get started in a big game for both of these teams, second game. It looks like we will start with Vishal and the Hunters in the field. So it'll be the Panthers batting first and the Hunters in the field for the top of the first inning and the first pitch. And we are underway here again in India. Again, want to thank you for joining us tonight on the Diamond Dreams YouTube live stream. Calvin Ritchie alongside my partner in crime, Eli Wilder. And Eli, we've seen both of these two teams play. We've seen a couple of different styles throughout the first couple of games that pitch misses. What are some things that you want to see in this next game for these two teams?
Well, based on what I see, we already know that both teams have plenty of pitching and defense. I want to see some more offense. I know the Hunters put up quite a few runs on United with lots of aggressive base stealing and being able to put the ball in play. So I want to be able to see more of that.
And another gorgeous defensive play and right on time. Third baseman makes a beautiful stab and throw over there. And quickly it's one out away for the Panthers. And let's see this one again. Just a beautiful play in the hot corner for the third baseman. Throw is no problem from over there.
And it's just one of those, just staying down on the ball and staying in front of it. And it's just an easy throw across the diamond.
So one out now. It's the pitch. And that one is hit in the air and is not going to be made out in the outfield. And this could be extra bases. It rolls all the way to the wall as they're going to get it in. And that's going to be an easy stand-up double for the Panthers. So after the nice defensive play for the Hunters to start the game, the Panthers then break through with a big double in the top of the first. And so one out and one on now for the Panthers, trying to get started here early.
And that one, it was just a good piece of opposite field hitting by the lefty. And the problem with that was you could see the left fielder overran the ball a little bit, tried to grab it with a bare hand, but that just allowed him to take an extra base off of that.
The first pitch misses, so the count will be 1-0 now, as Vishal will try to gather himself after giving up the double. That pitch gets away from the catcher, so it'll be a ball 2-0 now. And it looks like the runner will advance on the pass ball. So now a runner on third early for the Panthers, trying to make some magic happen in the top of the first. 2 balls and no strikes with a runner on third.
Now we're just getting ready to hit into crunch time because you know you got to throw strikes here, but it's now that it runs 3-0 like that, you got to be able to put a strike in there and force more pressure on the offense. Because if you let the offense take pitches like that and rack up the pitch count and rack up the amount of base runners that get on via the walk, you're putting more pressure on your defense that way.
As that pitch misses, and so he issues the walk. And now first and third for the Panthers, and only one out here in the top of the first. Nice job drawing the walk from Ganesh, number 2 for the Panthers. As we have a dog running onto the field now. It looks like it made it through the infield. But now runner first and third, one out. As number 11, UV Nikum will step to the plate for the Panthers, trying to add a run here, as that one is in for a strike. Nice first pitch strike from Vishal after issuing the walk. The 0-1, and that one's high. They're going to throw down the third, and they got him. Wow, my goodness, what a heads-up play by the catcher as he caught the runner at third napping, and that is a really nice play there from the Hunters defense to pick up a huge second out and really take away the scoring threat.
And that one right there, that was just a heads-up play and kept runner sleeping right there, especially when you got two outs like that, or one or two outs. I can't remember which one it was, but being able to catch a runner like that is huge, especially for the defense, and that takes away the scoring threat easily.
So now there are 2 outs for the Hunters. Runner still on first, actually just advanced to second on that play. So now we have a runner on second, 2 balls and a strike to the hitter. As the pitch. And that one is swung on, and it's going to get through and be a base hit. Let's see if they send the runner from second home. The throw is not going to be in time, and that is going to score the run. And so the Panthers jump on the board early with the RBI single. It looks like the runner is going to move up to third. It looks like it might. I'm not 100% sure what the ruling was there. So now we will have a runner on third for the Panthers. Still 2 outs after the runner was caught on the throwdown from the catcher.
And they were able to score that one run that time. So it's still 2 outs, but he got at least another runner on third there. I couldn't really tell what happened at the end of that play that allowed him to get those 2 extra bases.
But a nice hit there by number 11, Uraj UV. As it looks like there's something in his Vishal's line of sight. He was pointing out. It looks like maybe the batter was wearing something that he should not have been. So one of his teammates comes out to pick it up for him. It's the pitch. That one is hit on the ground, and it gets through another base hit. It looks like it's going to score another run. And that's a easy base hit. So now 2-0, the Panthers lead in the top of the first.
Yeah, and what we've seen already before, it just a couple of things on offense that just start to snowball, and especially with 2 outs too. Being able to score like that is just demoralizing for a pitcher and his defense.
They throw it down to second, and the ball gets away. It looks like they had him there on the throwdown trying to steal second, but the ball gets away from the middle infielders, and he ends up being safe. So now the runner advances up to second, and that was Rahul, number 7 for the Panthers, who got the RBI single and then the stolen base. So still 2 outs here. The pitch. That one is in there for a strike. They try and throw back and get him, and it's not going to be in time.
Yeah, and Rahul's trying to put more pressure on the defense. He did a great job being able to get that steal. I think the coach was a little irritated that he wasn't able to slide, that he ran right into the ball, so got out of the player's glove.
Oh, and a beautiful leaping catch by the pitcher, and that will end the inning. So we started this inning with a nice defensive play by the Hunters, and we end it with a beautiful defensive play by the Hunters, but we still get 2 Panther runs in the process. And so we will head to the bottom of the first. The Hunters will have some work to do with the bats to get back into this game. Welcome back to India as we get started here with the bottom of the first inning. Panthers put up 2 runs in the top of the first, so the Hunters will be looking to answer here. We want to again thank you for joining us this morning, the ABL Day 1, Game 3, in collaboration with the Diamond Dreams Academy, looking to grow the game of baseball in the country of India. As the first pitch will be outside for a ball, and we have seen this pitcher before, Eli, in Game 1 for the Panthers. We've got Messi back on the mound for the Panthers, and at times he looked really sharp, and then at times he struggled a little bit with his control. As the 1-0 pitch is outside, now 2-0. As that one gets away from the catcher, but no one's on base, so it doesn't come to pass. As the count will now be 3-0. So already some early struggles finding the zone for Messi. It's 3 balls and no strikes. As they show bunt, that one's in there for a strike. A really nice pitch there. Sort of get back into rhythm there by Messi. As it looks like he issues the walk there. So now 1 on, and no outs here.
Yeah, it's always a big issue of the defenses because once you get that leadoff runner on, it's only a matter of time before things start to go bad. You just got to be able to go at them and just get some outs from your defense.
So there's a first pitch strike. Throw down is not in time, and there it is. We see the aggressive base running from the Hunters. So we saw that a lot in their last game. They really like to get aggressive on the base path, especially when a runner gets on.
Yeah, well, now it's a little bit different now because you got a left-handed hitter, so the pitcher's got an easy throwing lane all the way down to third.
As that one is hit on the ground. Nice stab there by Messi. And the first baseman has trouble with it. Did he apply the tag? Couldn't see the call. Runner advances to third. Still no ruling that I've seen so far. That was earlier. I can't see first base, but I believe that he was still applied the tag. The first baseman still applied the tag on that one. So there's 1 out and a runner on third. Chance to maybe bring a run back in this game as that pitch is in there for a strike. But again, that's back-to-back half innings now where we've seen good defensive plays from pitchers, a position that you normally don't see make a lot of plays on the defensive side.
Indeed, and for Messi to be able to make that play and make the throw, it looked like the first baseman didn't squeeze it up in the glove that well, but, I mean, he was still able to get the ball back and apply the tag, so good heads-up play. Now at least 1 out for the Panthers.
And quickly, Messi is ahead 0-2 in this count. So he could have a chance to really put the pressure on the Hunters as the 0-2 pitch. That one's high for a ball, so the count now 1-2.
Yeah, that time it looked like he tried to go breaking ball in that one, and usually that's what I would normally go with 2 strikes, but that one just missed way upstairs.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That one's inside, almost hit him. Nice job getting out of the way there. So now the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still a runner on third for the Hunters.
Now, right there, that's what you don't want to happen. If you let the ball hit him right there, then you got runners on the corners, and it will not get easier.
And a beautiful pitch in strike three. Messi gets his man. And now 2 outs and a runner on third. And if Messi can throw another good at bat, then they can get out of this inning surrendering no runs and get the bats back in their hands. Could be a huge opportunity here for the Panthers.
Indeed, Messi's been able to recover really well, especially from that leadoff runner getting on. And now it's got 2 down and an opportunity to get out of this inning cleanly.
The first pitch is downstairs and a ball. Catcher gets away from the catcher a little bit, but the runner does not go. So I don't think it got far enough for the runner to try and steal home.
It's one of those where that ball's got to be all the way at the backstop if you want to have an even thought of trying to go home. I mean, it's just even if it's right by the umps or catcher speed, still got to be able to try and go somewhere.
Beautiful pitch there from Messi. The count's now even 1-1. He might struggle with some location at times, especially with that breaking ball, but that downstairs fastball has been very accurate and he throws it quite well. As that one does get away all to the backstop, Messi does a good job covering home, but the throw is not in time, and a great slide at third base for the Hunters, and that's really good base running to get this back to a one-run game.
And that one right there, it was a good job getting to the ball, and Messi did a great job covering home. But that one, the throw was just a little and it tipped off the edge of Messi's glove, so that allowed the run to pretty much score. It would have been a close play either way, but I still.
And that was number 2, Sashin Mule, who was at third base, the heads-up base running. So now 2 outs, nobody on. As looks like we got time here as Messi will get back onto the rubber. It's the 2-1 pitch. That one swung on and missed. Really nice pitch there from Messi.
Indeed. It's also one of those. I mean, you can locate a fastball really well, but if you don't have a good secondary pitch that you're able to do just the same, then it'll be easier for hitters to be able to time your pitching up very well, especially on those fastballs.
The 2-2 pitch. That one is downstairs. So the count will be even or full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
You got to go with an action pitch right here. Just you got to give him a pitch that you know is going to try and be a strike.
The payoff pitch. That one's downstairs for ball 4. So a nice job there by the Hunters. They get another runner on here. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a. I thought the catcher was going to go out and start a mound visit, but it's not. So they're going to bring up the next batter. So now an important at-bat for Messi, knowing that the Hunters will probably try and be active here on the base path. It's the first pitch. That one is right down the middle for a strike. Count will be 0-1.
And based on what I've seen, the Hunters are going to have to be aggressive. Even if it's a one-run game, try and move up as many guys as they can to get the thing tied.
And there's exactly the steal as the throw is down there, but just a tad bit late. As Kenhaya, number 4 for the Hunters, moves up to second base now. So 1 ball, 1 strike. As here comes the pitch. That one is hit on the ground towards third base. Beautiful stab. Throw is going to be well in time. And that ends the inning. Boy, we have seen some fantastic defense from third baseman all day. as we head to the top of the second inning. The Hunters get a run back, but the Panthers still lead 2-1 going into the second inning. Welcome back to the ABL 2025 Game 3, Day 1, as Vishal will come back onto the mound here for the top of the second. And Eli, like we said going into the break, we've seen a lot of really good play from third base on the defensive side. Talk about some of the struggles that those third basemen have, because, a lot of people say that it's one of the hardest fielding positions to play in all of baseball. So Vishal back on the mound. Something back in his pocket. As here comes the pitch. And that one is upstairs for a ball. The count now.
Well, I'm sorry, go
1-2.
ahead. Yeah, so to answer your question from earlier, Calvin, third base is one of those where it's all about reaction time. And no matter where the ball is, whether it be up in the air like that or especially going down the line, hard hit balls, you just got to have a good time, a good reflexes to be able to make a play like that. And the third baseman we've seen in this game, really great job of just handling down that or just keeping that hot corner handled.
As that pitch was hit in the air very high, but played easily by those middle infielders for the Hunters, and now there's one away.
And it's just one of those. It was a really good breaking ball, put right down at the bottom of the zone. You just got it. I mean, it just had the batter just lunging at it, and it was a great job by the pitcher.
As that ball is downstairs. So 1 ball, no strikes here. 1 out in the top of the second, no runners on.
It's a really good start for Vishal, being able to get that lead off right there.
That one is high as well. It is Deepak Padal for the Panthers. That one is hit high in the air and played out in outfield, and 2 quick outs now. The Hunters looking to get out of this inning and try and add some runs to possibly tie this game up.
Indeed. And just taking a look at the replay here, you know that he's going to try and force contact on this pitch right here, just based on where it was. And it was just a long fly ball out to left field. A really great play on it. So now 2 down on the inning for the Hunters.
As that ball gets away, it looked like it bounced to the catcher. So 1 ball and no strikes at the top of the second. Vishal trying to make quick work of the Panthers here in the top of the second inning. The 1-0 pitch. That one is hit on the ground, and it looks like it's going to get through for a base hit. A really nice effort there by the shortstop, but the play just cannot be made. And so one runner on now for the Panthers. A chance to maybe get a little bit of a 2-out rally going here.
Indeed, and it looked like one of the where the ball was just hit hard enough that it managed to sneak right underneath the shortstop's glove, but now that'll give the Panthers their first base runner of the inning.
So Vishal will go back to work with a runner on the pitch. That one is in the zone. Throw down to second, and that one is not in time. And so runner steals first or second base. So now runner on second. And again, we see it. These teams continuing to be very aggressive on the base passes. That was Messi who got the hit and then the steal. So he hit, and then after this, he'll go back out and pitch the third or the bottom of the second, I assume. As that one is downstairs for a ball.
Yeah, so now even with the runner on second, even with Messi on second right now, being able to try and take another bag, 2 outs, it's not a risk that you want to try and take. But I mean, if you're going to increase the lead, this is might as well be a good chance as any.
So 2 balls and 1 strike now for the Panthers. Runner on second, 2 outs, top of the second. They lead 2-1 right now over the Hunters. That pitch is outside for a ball.
And that looked like a good breaking pitch, too. Like it came right back down into the zone and clipped the top, but umpire thought it was a little bit up.
As Ajinkya Bobady, that one is high in the air. And it is played cleanly. And so a nice clean inning there for the Hunters as they go pretty solid inning, only giving up the 1 hit and the stolen base. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Hunters trying to close the gap and possibly even take the lead here. Welcome back to the ABL League, day 1, game 3, Panthers versus Hunters. Messi will come back out to pitch the bottom of the second inning for the Panthers. As it is almost high noon in India, as first player shows bunt, and that one is outside for a ball. I believe it is Vinny Gusavi at the plate for the Hunters. As the 1-0 pitch, that one is away. So now 2 balls and no strikes.
Here, Messi had a little bit of an issue with his last inning, especially with the leadoff hitter. He's already started him out with 2 balls, and he walked the last guy the last inning. So we'll see how that goes from here.
That ball high as well, and now quickly behind 3-0 on this count. So he'll get a new baseball. As Messi, the lefty, comes from TC College Baramati. As that one is in there for a strike. So now 3 balls and 1 strike.
Well, let's see. Here we got the same thing. We got a 3-1 count from last inning and out of this inning. So we'll see if Messi can get back into the count here.
It's the 3-1 pitch. That one is swung on and roped down the line, and it's going to be a fair ball. This one's going to go all the way to the wall. Runners are going to continue as the ball is just now being thrown back in, and it is going to be an easy stand-up double for Vinny Gusavi for the Hunters. And the Hunters now have a runner on second with no out and a chance to really do some damage in this inning.
And that right there is just a really great piece of hitting. It was a 3-1 count. You know Messi was going to be putting a fastball in there at some point, and being able to pull that hard down the line, and even looking back, the left fielder overran the ball because he thought the ball was going to be rolling out of bounds and would just hold the runner at second. But instead, it just rolled all the way, stopped at the fence, and got an easy stand-up double. And now the Hunters an opportunity to try and get another one on the board here.
It looks like we're going to have a change here defensively for the Panthers. It looks like we are going to get a change at catcher. And I wonder if this means that that was the last we will have seen of Messi on the mound, as it looks like he is going to move to the field, and whoever was catching for the Panthers is now going to move to pitch. So we're going to do a couple of defensive changes here for the Panthers. And if this is all we see of Messi for the rest of the day, I will say he has looked pretty good. You know, he had a little bit of control issues, but he's only given up the 1 run so far. He pitched all of game 1. And so, Eli, what are your thoughts on the performance we got from Messi today?
Overall, it was really good. There were some issues of command, but we also seen some really good flashes of just being able to get outs when needed, and especially being able to locate a fastball wherever he wants was also key for him being able to make that happen.
And correct, we are going to get a pitching change for the Panthers. It looks like it's going to be Yuri Nikum is going to be coming in to pitch after Messi. So we'll see what he's got with a runner on second and no outs here in the bottom of the second. The first pitch is a little outside. So the count will be 1 ball and no strikes.
And also keep this in mind here: the runner on second actually belongs to Messi, and
Ball gets
man.
away. It looked like they had the pickoff executed, but the infield could not field it cleanly, and so the runner will advance to third. And that's a great idea there by the Panthers to try and steal an out.
See, that right there was really great execution on his part, but it was just a matter of the shortstop not being able to catch it. And had he caught it, he would have likely been out very easily. But because it trickled all the way into the outfield, it allowed him to move up a base and give the Hunters a chance to try and score the run.
And Eli, we talked earlier as that ball is in there for a strike. So now 2 balls and 1 strike on the batter. We talked earlier about, sort of the idea of getting a lead off of the base. We talked about some of the benefits that we have, but there you just saw one of the possible drawbacks of, taking a lead off is that you could get picked off by the pitcher who is allowed to throw back to the base.
Yeah, it's also one of those give and take scenarios, especially some days. You can try to get some more just so you can try and get third, but at the same time, you know that the pitcher's going to be keeping an eye on you either way.
The 2-2 pitch, and that one is hit on the ground. They're going to try and throw first base, and that ball gets away, and so maybe a little bit thrown off, the infield a little bit thrown off by the runner at third base. They thought for a second they might be able to have that, and the throw ended up being a little off balance. But that's going to tie the game up for the Hunters. So now the game even at 2-2 as the runner will score from third, and there's still 1 runner on and no outs here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, that one, it was just one of those hot choppers that it was really hard to get to in the first place, but shortstop made a really great play on it, but the ball was just got away from the first baseman, and those you can't really do much about it.
That ball is outside from Yuvraj Nikam. It's the pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Really nice pitch there.
Indeed, and now it just runs 1-1, so even with the runner on first, and it's still, I think, at least a one-run game, so Panthers are still sitting pretty good. They just need to get an out to get out of this inning right here.
Oh, and I think that one hit him.
And it looks like it
And they
did.
are going
Umpire
to award
signaling
him
to first
first
base.
base. So now 2 on and no outs. And now we can see some big trouble here for the Panthers. Let's see if the Hunters can take advantage of the situation right now. Just want to remind you, we still have an action-packed day after this game. Still 3 more games to come on day 1 of the ABL League 2025. As the pitch. That one gets away from the catcher. Let's see if the runners try to advance. And it looks like they are not going to try and go. Kind of out of character for these Hunters who have been really aggressive on the base paths.
Well, if you notice where that pitch was, it just bounced back right off the net, so there wasn't really an opportunity for any runners to move up because if it bounces back quickly, then it still gives the catcher an opportunity to try and get him. And for example, that time right there, I think the umpires kind of failed to see that he was tying his shoe. They should have called time at that instance, but instead, both runners from the Hunters took advantage of the situation and just were able to move up without anybody really noticing.
And on that pitch, the runners do decide to go, and there was a big collision over at third base. It looks like both players are a little shaken up on the play.
Yeah, I think right
Like
there, he was
everybody's
still
going to
trying
be
to tie his
okay.
shoes. So, and yes, luckily everyone is okay.
There was a big collision. That ball threw the third baseman a little bit off the bag. When the runner went to slide, I think there was just a little bit of a collision between those two. Third baseman was rubbing his head. Obviously you don't want to see any injuries. Glad everybody's okay, up and playing. But now there's runners on second and third. Still no outs here for the Panthers. As it looks like there may have been a time called. And there is.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to
Wonder
have
if
a
the
little
umpires.
conference out here too, because, like I was saying, what the umpire should have done was call time because you had the third baseman down on the ground trying to tie his shoe while the ball was still low. So the least they could have done was try to call time there and give him a chance to do that. But I think in this case they weren't really paying attention to that. So that was real. That was what really caused the collision because you could see the catcher trying to throw it at the third baseman, and he didn't even have his glove on, but at least he was able to keep the ball in front of him.
So we are going to resume play now. Still 1-1 strike. No outs here. The pitch. That one is swung on and missed. Gets away from the catcher, but the runners are not going to advance. Again, with the situation you have, no outs and runners on second and third, that's a high risk, low reward sort of scenario for the Hunters because best case scenario, you get a runner who scores from third who was probably going to score anyway with no outs, or you get out at the plate and then you've only got a runner on second, possibly third with 1 out. As that ball is hit high in the air, and it looks like it's going to go out of play. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes. or excuse me, 1 ball, 2 strikes. As
So here we go.
Levy is going to
Opportunity
continue
for
to
the
work on
Panthers
this.
to try and get an out here. I'm thinking try and go breaking ball here.
As the pitch. And that one is hit high in the air. And it looks like it is also going to go foul. So we will do 1 ball and 2 strikes again. As it looks like that pitch was high. So now 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the second. Game is all square, 2-2. It's that pitch. And that one's going to be hit on the ground softly. It looks like they're going to have some trouble with it. Throw is going to first, and it's not in time. So the runner does not advance from second to third, but we do now have a runner on first, and the runner from third will score. So now the Hunters will take the lead up 3-2 now.
Indeed. It was also one of those plays where shortstop tried to come up and make a running play at it, but it just got stuck right under the glove and planed itself into the ground. So that pretty much allowed the runner to score, the runner to get on, and runner at second is not going to do anything because there's nobody else behind him. He doesn't have to go if he doesn't want to.
Now the Panthers are going to have a little mound visit, still trying to recover. They've given up 3 runs this inning, and there is still no outs. Excuse me, they've given up 2 runs this inning, but there are no outs.
Of course,
Runners
now
on
it's still a
first and
dangerous
second.
situation either way.
A chance for the Hunters to continue to build on this lead. The first pitch, and that one is fouled back to the backstop. So the count will be 0-1. It's the 0-1 pitch. That one is hit high in the air. And it looks like a communication error, and that ball is going to get down. And so runners advance, and it looked like that ball was playable, but some communication errors out there in the outfield. And still no outs for the Panthers, who are struggling so far in this inning.
Yeah, and it was also one of those. We saw this a couple of games ago. We had 2 outfielders trying to go for the ball, and it was just a complete miscommunication. So now that pretty much allowed 1 run to score, and now put 2 runners back in scoring position.
So runners on second and third, still no outs. And the Hunters have extended their lead now 4-2 here in the bottom of the second. Looks like we might have another pitching change here for the Hunters. Or the Panthers, excuse me. Let's see who they decided to go to. Oh, Messi has come back. And so an interesting play here after taking him out for a couple of pitches, and that ball is hit on the ground. Nice play. They are going to try and go home, and they get the out there, and then what a beautiful play there by the third baseman. And it's a double play. Unbelievable. As they will call the runner at third out. Umpire calls him out. Now the question is, I wasn't sure if there was a runner on second, or excuse me, on first. And if that was the case, then this was a force out, and this is a double play.
I mean, well, based on what I'm seeing here, it looked like there was. I'm pretty sure what we had decided on beforehand, it was at least runners on second and third, but they still all moved up. So, or at least with the bases loaded, from what I could tell based on the camera angle. So it looks like they got. I think they did get the call right in this case.
There's the pitch from Messi as that's outside. Looks like the runner advances to third. So, yes, this was a double play. So there's 2 outs now and a runner's on the corners. As here's the pitch. And that one is down. Really nice job there by the catcher. That ball bounced. It looks like he is down on
No,
the
he
play.
got
Might have
hit.
gotten him on the leg. Oh, he looks like he is in a lot of pain. Oh, it actually might be a cramp. It looks like he's stretching him out.
Yeah,
You know, those
cramping's always
cramps
one
will
of the
eat you
biggest
up.
issues for catchers these days.
Catching is no joke. You know, a lot of strain on that lower body. They're always in that, you know, sort of bent down position. So we're going to hope that he's okay. You know, here in the United States, we always say for those, you know, pesky cramps, you just got to drink a lot of pickle juice.
Ew.
That
No
seems to be
thanks.
a big remedy. Not a huge pickle fan. Neither of us big pickle fans over here, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
So it
I'll
looks
stick with
like
water. Thank you.
looks like the catcher is going to be okay. Still kind of stretching out that leg a little bit. But that was a really nice block there by the catcher. You know, going back to the play he made, that ball was in the dirt and it probably should have gone to the backstop, but the catcher made a gorgeous play. As here comes the pitch. That one is outside. Still runner on third. It looks like we are going to make the catching change now. I think we're going to go back to the original battery that we started with in this game. So Messi came out for a little bit. And then as the pitcher is number 11, Yuvraj Nikum came in. You know, he pitched a couple of batters. Now we are going to make another change here as Messi comes back into the game, and now a catching change as well. And, you know, as much as you hope the catcher originally is okay after the cramps, it is also nice to get a lot of these players who may be newer to the game or maybe trying to build up their talent and their skill set be able to play a lot of positions.
Indeed, that's also one thing that you look at in a baseball player, their versatility at different positions on the field. And I know a lot of times you'll have that like little league travel ball growing up, but especially when you get to high school, unless you have one of those players that has those 5 tool abilities and that can hit, run, catch, and just has an absolute cannon, then you're not going to see a whole lot of guys play that many possessions, especially when you get into college and major leagues.
You know, we've talked a lot about the catchers in this game as we just had there. You know, Eli, kind of walk us through. You know, we've seen a lot of catchers. They kind of been waving their hands a lot. Kind of walk us through what are some of the jobs that the catcher has other than just, you know, catching for the pitch.
Well, there's a lot of things you could say about it, and probably the biggest thing is they're also the ones that have one of the best views of the field. They have a view of the base pass, they have a view of where the outfielders are positioned, the infield position, and also keeping an eye on runners as well. And like, especially as a former pitcher myself, the biggest thing that you can have your catcher rely on is knowing what to help call and what pitch to call in a certain situation, or being able to call pickoff moves.
Yeah, and I think Messi just tried to do a hidden ball trick. He gave the ball to the first baseman as that throw down is going to get away, and that's going to roll all the way to the outfield. And it looks like we're going to have another run score here. As it looks like they were going to throw down, and that's going to be ball 4 as well. So now that's going to load the bases again.
No, the issue with that was I think they were trying to at least get it to somebody out in the field. I couldn't really tell who. Got right by both third baseman, the shortstop, and the outfield. So that wasn't that gave up another run to the Hunters. So now Panthers are going to be playing from behind this entire inning.
Yes, and so runners on first and third now after the runners score on the wild throw down to second, excuse me. Still 2 outs, though, as they show bunt, and that one's in there for a strike. They are going to move over number 10, Vikram, who just drew the walk. And so now it'll be second and third again. Still 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. And this inning has really gotten away from the Panthers. As the pitch from Messi. That one is hit high in the air, and it looks like it is going to get out of play. So foul ball. Now 0-2. Chance to possibly get out of this inning and get back to the bats here. It's the 0-2 pitch. That one is hit high in the air. And that one is also going to leave the yard. So good contact, just couldn't line it up quickly as it gets out of play. 0-2 again, and did he go? They're going to say no, he did not. So a nice job holding off there by the Hunters. As you can see, Messi was not happy with that call as he thought he went.
Yeah, I don't blame him there. It looked like one of those could have gone either way. But in this case, the umpire was not convinced he did not go enough to at least to constitute a swing.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes now in the bottom of the second. As that one is hit on the ground, it's going to be a tough play for Messi, and he cannot make it. As that ball is going to go under the fence. I believe they're going to rule this out of play, so everybody's going to have to stop where they are. But I think that's going to add 2 more runs now for the Hunters, and I believe it is now 7-2 if my math is correct.
So right around there, Calvin. But also one thing I did know is when Anthony was trying to go for the ball, he did make contact with the runner. So if defense wanted, they could make a case for obstruction or offensive interference because he was in the way of the fielder trying to make a defensive play.
That one is in there for a strike, count 0-1 now. Again, we see the Hunters continuing to be aggressive on the base path. As the 0-1 pitch, downstairs for a ball, count even at 1. As UV looks to cover second, there's a second chip there that I thought that he was going to maybe throw down, see if they could get the runner napping at second base, but they do not. As that one is fouled back, and so now it'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes. And again, another chance to get out of this inning for the Panthers. Sort of a nightmarish inning that has lasted a good bit. So here's the pitch. That one is high. They're going to throw down to third, and it's not in time. So another stolen base for the Hunters. As we are now at 12-10 in India. As the pitch, and did that one hit the batter? It did not, but it gets all the way to the backstop. Runners not advancing from third. A chance to add a run, they did not, and that'll make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It looked like in one of those that it looked like it did hit him, but if you don't see a signal from the umpire, then it didn't hit him at all, which is kind of weird. But I mean, even with that one, that was also close, but that was ball four.
And so another walk issued for Messi. And now it's going to put runners back on the corners here. 2 outs for the Panthers. They trail 7-2. Again, just past noon here in India, back in the States where Eli and I are working, almost 2 in the morning. They throw back to first, and it is not in time. They did try to catch again, tried to catch the runner napping. As the pitch, they show bunt, and that one is in there for a strike. Runner's going to advance to second. No throw down. So again,
Yeah, I feel like. Oh, sorry. I feel like in one of those cases, it was one of those where you knew he was going to try and steal anyway. It didn't matter how many outs there were; they were going to try and get as many runners moved up as they could.
that ball is hit high in the air and is going to be played cleanly by the second baseman, and that will end the inning. So the nightmare inning for the Panthers finally ends as the Hunters bring 5 across in the inning. They have now totaled 7 runs in this game. They lead 7-2 going into the top of the third. Welcome back to Maharashtra, India, as we get set to start the top of the third inning. Hunters all over this one as they lead going into the top of the third. Panthers will have to respond in a big way here. As that pitch is swung on and missed all the way to the backstop. We're going to hope. Looked like a big swing there from the Panther. It looks like it might be the same catcher that caught that cramp, still trying to stretch it out. He's in a lot of pain, and they're going to call timeout for him.
Yeah, here in this case, I would not be surprised if the Panthers were able to sub out for a pinch hitter because typically you would have the opportunity to do that in the case of an injury such as this, but looks like they're going to let him stay in the game for this at bat.
And that one is outside for a ball, so the count even. It is a toasty day in India. According to Google, I just did a quick search of it. It's about 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So a hot one, about 31% humidity. As the 1-1 pitch, that one is outside for a ball. Count now 2-1. So it is something to look out for as this game continues. Temperature is going to play a factor throughout this game because we will see both of these teams again throughout the rest of the night as the 3 games left. As that one is hit high in the air, it looks like it might be heading foul, and it's not. It's misplayed in the outfield. And so this is going to be extra bases for the Panthers. And just like last inning for the Hunters, the Panthers now have a runner on second and no outs to start the inning.
Well, here it's one of those where you already got at least a runner for the Panthers. So if you're going to try and make up some ground here and get back a couple of runs, now's the time to do it.
So now runner on second, no outs here. That one's hit on a line, and that's going to be a base hit. That one's going to roll all the way back to the wall, and this could be the opportunity that the Panthers are looking for, as they're going to send the runner to third, or excuse me, he's going to stay at second. I thought they were going to send him to third for a second, but they do not. But that is going to score the run, and so just like that, the Panthers are starting to make some noise again. They've cut it back to a 4-run game. They now trail 7-3, and it looks like we're going to get a mound visit and possibly a pitching change now for the Hunters.
Yeah, I'd say in this case, you've already thrown your main guy at this point. Now you got to try and at least bring in a reliever and limit the amount of damage that you've already caused. Because now one run across, and it's about what, a 4-run game, Calvin?
I believe if my math is correct, it is a 4-run game.
And you definitely want to try and start getting some outs here because you're the home team, so you're getting close to the time limit at some point.
Yeah, there's something to monitor. Our next game is supposed to start at 12:45. It is currently 12:16 in India. I want you to stick around for this next game, as Eli and I's night might be over after this one, but we still got a lot of action going on in the IDS ABL 2025, as we'll see Titans and United going up. It'll be the second game for both of those two teams.
And it looks like we just saw an intentional walk there too. So now we got runners on first and second.
As we'll see this first pitch here, as that one is down in the dirt. Catcher tries to throw, but decides to just pump fake it. Try and freak out Ganesh on second a little bit. And, Eli, you just talked about the intentional walk. Maybe tell a little bit of our viewers sort of the strategy behind doing an intentional walk.
Yeah, so typically if you have an intentional walk, you usually save those for some of your best hitters. And you saw it in the World Series before. You saw that Ohtani with, especially in, what was it, Game 3 of the World Series. You saw that with Aaron Judge plenty of times in the ALDS. It's where you can at least put the best hitters on, but also if you have a runner on second, you can do an intentional walk, and then that would cause a force out scenario. So then you can just go to any base, tag it, and then try and go to first after.
As that last ball was ripped down the third base line, but it was foul, and that could have been some massive momentum for the Panthers if that ball had just stayed fair. So 1 ball and 1 strike, the pitch. And that one is hit on the ground again towards third, and that's going to get through the hole. Let's see if they send the runner going home, and they do, but the throw is offline, and it is going to be safe. But they catch the runner coming back to first, and I think he was out. That was a really big heads-up play there by the catcher. As this ball comes in, it's a little offline. Catcher makes a nice play and then throws back behind the runner, who's trying to retreat back to second. And from that look, it looks like he's out. And I think they are going to say that he was out. And so a really big heads-up play there from the Hunters to steal an out from the Panthers, and now 2 outs away from getting out of this jam.
Indeed. That one right there was definitely an out, but they will trade it out for a run any day.
So now the gap has closed a little bit more, down to a 3-run game. It's hit on the ground, and it's going to get foul. So you've got a runner on second, 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out here in the top of the third. A big opportunity for the Panthers to continue to add some runs here. The pitch. And that one is swung on and missed, so a strike, and they throw down, but they do not get the runner. So now 1 ball, 2 strikes, and an out. Runner on second here. The 1-2 pitch. That one's outside. They're going to throw down again. And that one was close, but they did not get him that time either. Again, catchers trying to stay aggressive, keeping these pitchers from stealing or keeping these runners where they are in place. It's the 2-2 pitch. And that one is hit in the air towards center field, and that's going to get down. So another base hit for the Panthers as the center fielder struggling to pick it up cleanly. And let's see, did they decide to send the runner home? Doesn't look like they did. Actually, no, they did.
No,
so another run will score. And now it's back to a 2-run game with only one out here in the top of the third inning. But again, Panthers closing the gap. They're having a really solid inning here. They've gotten to Vishal. They're starting to see it well. They're starting to barrel it up, and they're back in this game just like that.
Indeed. It's just one of those where they're hitting the ball where any of the Hunters players aren't. Oh, and they got him.
Oh, my goodness. What a play by the catcher for the Hunters, and that is a huge second out because now the bases are empty again, and now 2 outs, and the Hunters are still up 2 runs. So
Indeed, it's just one of those
by the catcher.
So, and not only that, that was a great throwdown too, and you could just tell it was right on the money, and he put it right on his back there, and he did not have a chance to try and get to the base there. Really great defensive play.
And that ball is a strike. So it looked like a promising inning for the Panthers. Now it could be disaster as it is 0-1. But it looks like they're going to have a little meeting with the coach. They're going to talk strategy, sort of trying to regain focus after what we just saw.
Indeed. It's also one of those where you can just call an offensive timeout, just gives the batter a chance to talk with the coach, focus a little bit, and also does slow down the tempo of the pitcher.
Here comes the pitch. That one is fouled back to the stop. It looks like the count will now be
0-2.
Yes.
Or 1-2.
Now.
At least 2 strikes.
The 0-2 pitch. And that one is hit high in the air. And they're going back, and that one's going to get foul. So he just foul there. And the count will remain 0-2. So Vishal trying to look to get out of this inning as the 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. And that will end the inning. So Panthers add a couple of runs, but they got nothing to show for it other than that. A nice job there by the Hunters getting out of that inning with the stolen base. A couple of stolen outs there as the runner that gets thrown to the catcher from home back to first base to get the runner, and then they get the runner stealing as well. And I wonder if this ends the game.
Yeah, usually if I remember from the last tournament, it was about, 3 innings or so. Can't remember if I can't remember if this is the case here, but I know that most of the games were relatively short.
I think that is going to end the game. And so the Hunters pick up a big win in pool play.
Or it looks like they're coming.
Maybe we are
back
going out
for
for the. Yeah, we are going to come back out for the bottom of the third. Something to note here: it is 12:24 in India. We're looking, I think the schedule said that game 4 was supposed to start at 12:30. Can't imagine that we are going to get that 12:30 start time now, especially as we're coming out here for the bottom of the third inning.
Okay, actually, that game will be starting at 12:45, so we got about another 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so we are going to come out for the third inning, or the bottom of the third. Hunters still lead by 2 runs, so they will try and possibly extend this lead. And I wonder if they're playing this bottom half, because I can't imagine they'll play another inning after this. Could be for run differential, because if the Hunters can add on some run, I bet you that could be a tiebreaker in pool play to decide who gets to play in that number 1 spot and who gets to play as the runner up come Championship Sunday.
Indeed, and it's almost like soccer because every run counts as well as every win and every. I mean, in this case, there probably won't be any draws, but every run and win counts, especially in pool play.
Okay, so the first pitch from Messi comes in, and it's a strike. So the count early 0-1. As we've seen so far today, Messi has struggled with those first at-bats, the leadoff at-bats in the inning. As I believe in the 2 innings he's had so far, he has walked both leadoff batters. The 1-1 pitch comes in, and that one is away. Count now 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the third here. That one is in there for a strike, so the count now even at 2.
He's doing a lot better this at bat with the leadoff hitter because most of the time he already would have had him at 3 balls at this point, but now he's got him at 2 strikes and an opportunity to get the out.
So that one's a little high, and the count now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes here.
Yeah, spoke a little too soon that time.
Here comes the payoff pitch. And that one is hit on the ground and fouled back towards the Hunters' dugout. And looks like he's going to reach first base.
Well, the only thing I can think of him getting on there is it would have had to have been catcher's interference because if you swing the bat and you hit the catcher's glove on the backswing like here, then it would allow the hitter to actually get first base there.
I'm not 100% sure what the call was on the field, but they do award first base. So 1 on and nobody out here, bottom of the third. That pitch is in the zone for a strike. Really nice pitch there from Messi. Again, he's back in front, but can he close out these batters now? It's the 0-1 pitch. That one is outside for a ball. Count now 1-1. As we close in on the 12:30 mark here in India. Casual 2 o'clock in the morning here in the United States. As that one's downstairs, they're going to try and throw to get the runner at second, and that one gets away into the outfield, and now they're going to advance the runner to third. So another throwing miscue there from the Panthers. And now the Hunters again have a runner on third and nobody out here in this one.
Yeah, it's just one of those where you're trying to at least get close to, or at least try to get the runner out because the Hunters had an incredible play the last half inning to get a runner going to second. But, they got him.
Oh, they got him. They've been trying to run the
trick.
hidden ball trick all day, and I think they finally got their guy. And I think the umpires are going to meet to have a discussion about this. And that's not the first time we've seen them try to pull that off. The Panthers trying to get tricky with it. I think it worked to perfection. Umpires are going to have a chat about it.
Yeah, the big thing about trying to achieve the hidden ball trick is that the pitcher cannot be engaged with the rubber without the ball. So if he was not on the mound when the third baseman had the ball, then he would have been, or sorry, if the pitcher did not have the ball when he is on the mound, then he would be safe. But in this case, since he was off, that did count, and he's out. So now the bases are clear.
Yeah, so nobody on and one out now for the Panthers as that pitch is going to be hit on the ground. Second baseman is going to make the play, and now there are two gone here in the bottom of the third.
And that's just a great job right there. You be able to swing the momentum back to yourself or back to your team. So now it's just a hard chopper over to second base, and he was able to make an easy play there. So now 2 outs on the inning for the Panthers.
And so to get out of this one without any damage, the first pitch, and that one is just outside for a ball. Man, that one just missed the zone. Messi so far looked a lot more in control in this inning in the bottom of the third. I feel like he's pitching a lot more strikes, not really worrying about, getting outside as that one's hit on the ground, and that one's going to get through for a base hit. And it's going to get by the outfielder. It's going to roll all the way back to the wall. Let's see if they decide to get aggressive and go for a triple. They do not. And so another double for the Hunters on the inning. And now they've got 2 outs and a runner on second. Get a big opportunity to add another run here.
Yeah, it's also one of those situations where it does come back to bite you because had the runner not been out on the hidden ball trick a few plays ago, then they would have scored and would have been up by 3 now. But hindsight's 2020, so now they got a runner on second now with 2 outs.
First pitch, they show bunt, and this is going to be a really good bunt down the third base line. There's no play, and oh my goodness. I mean, you can't really execute a bunt better than that if you're the Hunters. And so now first and third with 2 outs, and that's an aggressive bunt because if that's not a great bunt and they throw it on the first, the inning's over.
It's also one of those where it's 1,000 IQ play because if you see the third baseman playing back behind the bag and you get a bunt down over there, he's not going to throw you out. That's just smart baseball right there. And, of course, not only that, but being able to move the runner over too and just to do it with 2 outs, it's also very heads up. So Hunters are definitely going to try and increase their lead here because of this.
Throw down. Nice job there from the Panthers. As that was Yuvraj again. He was playing shortstop, and that throw looked like it was going to be a little high, but he did a nice job coming up and making that play. There's now runners on second and third, still 2 outs here. That ball is in there for a strike, so the count now even, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, that throw down to second there was meant to be intentional. Sometimes we run what's called cut plays, so we're not actually throwing to the bag. We're actually throwing to the fielder in front of the bag, which is meant to just be a distraction, or I guess a diversion from actually throwing to the bag, and the goal is to try and get the runner going home. So it was a good job to be able to cut that ball off.
That ball is hit high in the air, and that one's going to get down for a base hit. They're going to send the runner from third. And both runs are going to come across for the Hunters. So a base clearing single as they add 2 more runs to their lead.
And that's just a good piece of hitting right there. Being able to hit close to the gap and 1 hopper out to center field and both runs score. Hunters still increasing their lead here in the bottom of the third.
First pitch in, and that one gets away from the catcher. I think he was trying to throw down a little too early there, kind of lost focus and let that ball go by him. And so the runner will advance to second on the pass ball.
Felt like it looked like there was a bit of a miscommunication because it was a breaking ball, but he thought it was a fastball because it tipped off the top of his glove right there.
So 1 ball and 1 strike now, 2 outs. Runner on second, the bottom of the third here. That one is outside for a ball. Count now 2 balls and a strike. As that one is hit high in the air, but that one's going to leave the area and be a foul ball. So now 2 balls and 2 strikes and a chance for Messi to possibly get out of this inning with minimal damage. Got to be looking to pump the zone here. It's the 2-2 pitch. That one is hit high in the air, looking and made out in right field, and that will end the inning. And so 2 runs come across for the Hunters, but that'll be all as Messi gets out of the inning relatively unscathed after the trouble he got in and the well-executed hidden ball trick. So it looks like now they are going to call the game, and so the Hunters win this one, a big one in pool play. And the Panthers will drop one. They'll have some work to do for the rest of the day. Both of these teams will play one more time. We'll get a break for both teams as neither of them will play in this next game. But then I believe, if the schedule serves me correctly, it'll believe the Panthers will play United in match 5, and then the Hunters will be back in action for the nightcap in match 6, which will set to be first pitch. Will start at 4 o'clock India time. So again, we want to thank you for joining us throughout the day today. We've got a lot of baseball action coming your way the next couple of days. Still got 3 matches. Still got 3 matches to play the rest of the day. We get 6 matches tomorrow, as we see both teams shaking hands now, and then we'll have 4 matches on Sunday, Championship Sunday. And appreciate the opportunity for the ABL to have us out here. Thanks to the Diamond Dreams. They've been collaborating with us so far. They're the ones hosting the YouTube live stream. Again, trying to grow the game in the country of India and doing a great job. So it looks like we got our Player of the Game award set to come out. Can't see quite who they're giving it to, but it looks like it's going to be number 8 for the Hunters. That's Vishal. He pitched a complete game, all 3 innings. So he does win the Player of the Game award here. And that's going to be all tonight for Eli and I. We will be back in action. Eli will be working the later games tomorrow. I will be working with Kumar in the early games as we'll see the teams from Pool B play. We'll have a lot of action coming your way for those. So again, want to thank you for joining us in this one. And good night, or I guess good afternoon for the Indian crowd. And if you are watching from the United States, good night, as it is hit 2 o'clock. So thank you again.
Well, once again, we are live here. Diamond Dreams Academy brings you this tournament, ABL, fourth match. My name is Kumar Satyam. I'm your commentator for the day. We had great insight from Calvin and Eli. They were commentating on the first three games. And what a beautiful sight this is for India, for baseball. As we see this fourth game between Titans and United, Servile Titans versus Chandrayog United. Beautiful. Bottom of the first. Civil Titans versus Chandrayog United. Three balls, one strike. Something's got to give up. Oh, plays it towards the infield. Tries to steal a fumble. Goes to first base with that. And with Indian audience who are tuning into this live stream, they're very much familiar with the game of cricket. And they have seen how cricket works. Baseball is particularly a game that resembles and mirrors cricket. You can see the bat and the pitch. Oh, that's wide. That'll be called as ball. As we move ahead and we will waiting to join with our co-commentator Ryan Oppenheimer. Bottom of the first right now. Oh, plays that down the ground. We'll be trying to steal a base over here. Yes. Oh, they couldn't, could they? He played that and tried. Yes, they have. Now the first and the third base are loaded. Chandrayog United, the number 13 for them. The pitcher. As we have our co-commentator
Hey guys.
joining us, Mr. Ryan Oppenheimer.
Hey everybody.
Hey Ryan.
Wow, action in the first inning already. My goodness. How, hey Kumar, how you doing, man?
Yep, doing much fine. Now I've had my co-commentator. We are doing much better now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Servile Titans versus Chandrayog United. This inaugural.
Well, looks like there's already been a run scored here. And Chandrayog United is figuring out how to stop the bleeding. Mic check 1 2.
Yes, sir. You are audible,
All right.
Ryan, and I hope the stream is.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the first day of the IDS ABL here on the Diamond Dreams Academy live stream. Ryan Oppenheimer here. My first game of the night, or the night for me, day in India, but this is the fourth game of the day. And it's between the Titans and the United. Titans already have a run on the board, and they look to extend. With one out here, runner on second. And a ball and a strike. Pleasure to have everyone here with us. Thank you for spending your day with DDA. And hopefully we can get my friend Kumar back on here soon. And looks like that's going to be a walk. So that'll put runners on first and second. One nothing here, top of the first inning between the Titans and Chandrayog United. As DDA, IDS, ABL, day one continues. And that pitch is down and away. And that's going to be another
Hi, yes,
walk.
stream back again in action. Yes, it is Ryan. Another walk and back again in action. Had a temporary glitch. Back again with you. And as we live on DDA's YouTube channel, this game between Serval Titans and Chandrayog United. First two base loaded.
A pleasure to have you back here on the stream, Kumar.
Yes, Ryan. It's funny, we live in a technological abundance era, but sometimes these issues do occur. But we'll make sure that we'll be back in action very soon with you every time we encounter such issues. And Ryan, it's such a beautiful occasion to play baseball right now because in India it's roughly around as we see this ball plays down and they'll try and go to a base. Yes, they will.
Well, that should certainly score at least a run. I'm surprised it didn't score
Exactly.
two, as there's runners on second and third now. It might have scored two.
We'll wait for the official scorecard to clear that. But as of right now, I think they have scored one, maybe.
I think you're right. Base is still loaded. Okay. So conservative base running to start this game by the Titans. But they have a chance to score a whole lot more than two if they keep this up.
Exactly. And as I was saying, this is such a great time to play baseball in India because it's roughly around mid November. So the winter breeze is gently coming in, the sun is shining bright. And you've got this beautiful setup by DDA. I mean, these guys, Diamond Dream Academy, doing such a fantastic job in India, making sure that this game spreads all across the subcontinent.
Yeah, I've got to give it to all the people who make this possible at Diamond Dreams Academy, whether it's my fellow broadcasters, Calvin and Eli, who just did the first three games of the day, you know, the leadership here at DDA, whether that's the CEO, Kanwal Sra, who lives here in the States, as that is a base hit to right field, and it will score another couple runs. 4-0 now, Titans in the lead.
So well, Titans are flowing, Ryan. This game is just in the bottom of the first, and they've got 4 on the scoreboard. This is such a majestic start for them already. If I say they are running away with it.
Well, this is what a really talented lineup can do. If a pitcher misses outside of the zone, some batters have that eye to take the pitch, and that's what these hitters have been doing. And then if they miss into the zone, they're making contact. These Titans hitters have done both so far.
Well, I think these boys from Titans, and quickly, the team owners from Titan, Kiran Gunjan Patil, Om Siddhi Trading, these guys, they have invested a lot on these boys, made sure that the trainings are done right, made sure that they are well versed with the game, with the conditions, and that is paying off. That is clearly paying off. The scoreboard does not lie. 4 on the board for them.
Indeed. And runners on second and third with still one out. And that pitch is shot back up the middle into center field, and runner will reach. It's a base hit. And more scoring for the Titans.
Well, with our Indian audience joining us live right now, they'll be familiar with the game of cricket. So many of them, if they're even new to baseball, with Ryan with us from the States and me joining in from Maharashtra, we'll try and make sure that we can give you insights about the game and draw the similarities, the parallels between cricket and baseball. As with they try to steal. Ryan, is that a successful steal?
I think so. It's going to be close, and I don't think they called him out.
We'll have to wait for the replays on that. But as I said, as my co commentator Calvin said as well, stealing is something that we as Indians, oh, yes, that's a successful steal, Ryan, as he bunts that one.
Wow, these guys love to bunt, and that is going to pay off as the throw is all the way into the outfield, maybe even out of play, and the avalanche continues for the Titans. It didn't
The
look
right
like
word used by Ryan. Avalanche.
you know,
That's the right word.
thank you, Kumar. And that bunt attempt looked like it was not going to do much, but it ended up dropping into fair territory. Catcher and pitcher couldn't get to it, and that put pressure on the defense to make the right throw, and they just could not do that.
And you know what, Ryan? This was one fact I was thinking about, that in countries where baseball is much developed, over there players have different strategies because the game is much more far developed. But in countries where the game is developing, like in India, so for example, in India, people have seen so much cricket that they can actually apply their own strategy. So as you said, the bunt is something we see quite often used by these Indian players because they understand that it's a defensive approach to steal a base, to go to a base, to fill the base. So maybe, that is very refreshing to watch. As the game is growing in India, we can see different strategies. And that's why DDA invested so much. That's why DDA is doing such a phenomenal job because they believe in the prospect. They believe that these Indian boys, the infrastructure from India, could actually help the baseball game in total. And I think that's a phenomenal job they're doing right now.
I couldn't agree more. And the Titans just showing how talented these Indian players are right now. Pitch is way over the batter's head, and the runners should advance.
5 right now on the board for Titans. I'm going to use the word Ryan used, an avalanche, because that's the perfect word. You find the dictionary, you try and find dictionary and see what Serval Titans are doing. An avalanche is what they are doing.
Well, the pitcher
2
Yash,
strikes.
he's got 2 strikes on him, but those misses have been pretty bad. And that's going to get the swing and the miss. So Yash gets the second out by way of the K. And when he needed
Yes,
to,
indeed.
he delivered with that pitch high in the zone, and the batter bit.
Yes, indeed. And in typical cricket language, we say that swing and a miss. So the batter tried swinging, but nothing he could find, only air, thin air.
One of the best phrases in all of sports, swing and a miss. And, it may be a cricket term, but it's also a baseball term. It spans all the bat sports. 5-0 Titans on
That's
top.
why we say. That's why we say a lot of similarities. That's why Indian audiences are going to enjoy this, love this sport, as we have this ABL tournament and tournaments as such. ABL, such prosperous tournaments, such great things they are doing for the nation because they are creating an entire ecosystem. And with games being broadcasted, Ryan is such a big help because these players now could go back home and watch their games, watch what mistakes they would, watch their weak areas are, and watch what good things they did, and actually work onto that.
Another base hit sneaks into the outfield. And it just keeps going. I don't think that's going to score any runs, but, or excuse me, I think there was a runner on third. Should be 6-0.
We'll wait for the official scorecard to confirm that, but Ryan believes there should be 6-0. We'll just wait for the scorecard to be updated.
That pitch in there for a strike. As the runner takes second base. Next pitch nearly hit the batter, but he swung at it. If he had just stayed in place, that would have definitely given him a free base, but it is a foul ball.
Yes, just to let the audience joining in who are new to baseball, if you got hit by a ball, then you're allowed the base of a base, first base. That might would have been a better decision, but anyway.
Sometimes it's hard to see where that pitch is coming. And that pitch fouled backwards.
And on your point, it is hard because the ball is coming at a real good pace. You know, it's a fast ball coming into you, so you got like half a millisecond, half a second to make your decision. So yeah, it's a hand-eye coordination game as we see this ball lofted up. Oh, they'll steal over here. They'll run good over here. This could lead to another run.
All the way to the wall. And not sure if the runner was holding up just to make sure that ball wasn't caught. He will take third base as the batter will take second.
I tell you, Ryan, I'm giving a prediction. They'll try and go bunt over here.
Well, they do love to
Oh,
do
he
that.
tried that. He
Steal
tried that.
attempt.
He tried doing
And the
that.
throw is away into the outfield. Slipping, sliding to get the ball. And now runners on the corners.
But did you see that run? He tried the bunt because they're smart players. They want that run. Just guide that ball. Typically, just guide that ball and get the third baseman to the home plate. Oh, they did it. The scoreboard is updated now. 6-0.
No signs of stopping anytime soon. Runner on third, 6-0, 2 outs. The pitch, high and away. And that pitch
Well,
swung
once
on
again,
and hit high in the air. And the catch is not made. It is into the outfield, and a high pop-up is going to make it 7-0.
it's not easy. It's not easy considering the sun is directly shining. It's 107 in India, peak afternoon time. It's not easy to catch those high balls, and Titans making sure they take full advantage of that mistake.
It is still 6-0 as the runner will take second base pretty easily on the swing and a miss pitch.
Number 17 on his back. Sumit stealing a base.
And that's in there for
That'll
a
be called as a
strike.
ball. Was that a
Man,
strike or a ball?
if it missed, it didn't miss by much.
So
Here's
I
the
didn't see
next
the
pitch.
umpire calling it as a strike.
He's not calling that one either.
Yes, restaurant. That's what I said. I didn't see him call the first one either.
I think you're right about that. I think you're right. Swing and a miss on the pitch high
This
and
one he
inside.
calls. This one the umpire calls as a strike.
And that is a strikeout, and it will end the inning. 6 runs
Oh,
on the
finally.
board for the Titans. Yes, and an eventful top of the first. We'll see if Chandrayog United can respond to the avalanche put on by the Titans offense. We'll go to the bottom of the first after this
Well,
short break.
I'm sure they're gonna respond because I'm pretty much they take a very iconic name. So if you watch football, United is a very iconic team. It's Manchester United. So Chandrayog United need to actually pull up an iconic first bottom of the first inning show.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening right now. Yes, now the players are going to go
Yes,
to their
now I
respective
think
dugouts.
yes. Because I think now there was
Yeah,
just one
drop
out
strike
remaining, and
3.
I think this was that. Yeah.
Drop strike 3, and that's how they got the third out. So Yash is going to
Yes, sir.
stop the damage at 6 runs. And now we will head to the bottom of the first.
Also, just to mention the team owners for United, the guys who are about to just bat Pankaj Naikwade Patil, Akshay Naikwade Patil, and Chaitan Naikwade Patil. So shout out the team owners as well for putting on Chandrayog United. Team owners are very, very essential because they invest a lot of money into getting these things up and ready. So to the team owners of Chandrayog United, big shout out to you guys. And United right now need to deliver pack a solid punch in their bottom of the first.
Now, I don't know if you know the answer to this question, Kumar, but I figured I'd ask you how exactly is this league established? And is it a professional league? Is it an amateur league? Because the last tournament that DDA broadcaster was an amateur tournament. But if you're talking about team owners, I'm curious. Are these players getting paid?
I mean, this is something that we got to cash in. I'll ask the finance team. But one thing I sure as hell know that these guys are actually putting on a professional display. Because considering now, Ryan, you heard about the Gwalior ballpark, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think now they are like, making this into a professional approach. Right now we don't have a playing field that actually mirrors the MLB standards, but I think with the invention of the Gwalior ballpark, I think now we are stepping into an era wherein we are going into professional games. I'm not so sure if these players are being paid. Finances are something that we will discuss, but I think even if they're not paid, I think it's a great approach to be for these players to be displayed on the big level. Right now, being telecasted on YouTube, maybe one day we'll reach the OTTs, and these players making a name for themselves right now.
That's what it's all about. As we are in the bottom of the first inning right now, as the Chandrayog United will get their first chance to bat.
Let's see how they respond to that avalanche. Maybe they have something in store, and maybe we are about to witness an epic game of baseball. For all the audience tuning in, my name is Kumar Satyam. I am joined with my co commentator Ryan Oppenheimer, and we will be here with you throughout all the sessions.
Thanks for joining us,
You see the
everybody. A
catcher
lot more baseball to come. And that'll be fouled
swings,
off for strike 2.
goes.
6-0 ball game as United have a lot of ground to make up.
A lot of ground, indeed, a lot of ground to make up. Full courage and full faith as he lofts this up high in the sky. There's a chance. Oh, he takes it beautiful. We've seen some mistakes in the field, but this time around, this ball was high and lofted. But the way he caught that, Ryan, that must be good to see on the eyes that these players are now getting finally in the groove.
It's a routine play, and the center fielder made it look like such. Out number 1. Here comes the next pitch. It is high. Upstairs, ball 1. Starting pitcher on the mound for the Titans is number 17, Sumit Gopinath Garud, a righty pitcher.
Yes, indeed, Sumit, number 17 on his back.
And looks like he's nearing his 25th birthday. He's 24 right now. You see a very wide age range in the players who participate in these tournaments. This team, the Titans, has players born as early as 1996 and as late as 2008.
Mr. Oppenheimer working on his facts. There's such an intriguing fact to know right now that a lot of players come from a different age group. So it's like a cultural unification, this game of baseball right now in India. As Sumit is nearing his 25th birthday, would want to perform for his team. And what better gift? What better gift would you want on your birthday to win the league? And he would be looking to do the same with Titans, guide their team to a victory. And we saw Sumit. He's also a good runner. I mean, just before this innings, top of the first, we saw him stealing bases as well, right? He's a proper lad, this guy.
A proper lad. And he did just allow his first base runner on the walk. He'll try to get out number 2.
We are on the bottom of the first, 6-0 right now. Titans lead and lead emphatically. Once again, a strike.
1 ball, 1 strike to the number 3 hitter for the United.
Is the bat
Outside.
is the hitter Sujit Pradeep Ran? Is he Sujit on strike right now?
It's a little difficult to tell, but I trust you. It's a little difficult to tell the jersey
Yeah.
numbers of the batters because they're not facing their back to the camera. But number 4, I think you're right. It's
According to
Akshay Sunil
according to my
Naikwade.
stat, okay, okay. 2 balls, 2 strike right now.
First baseman up to bat, facing the 2-2, swings at it and fouls it away. And you can let out a deep sigh of relief as there is no rain in the forecast for this entire tournament. Sunny skies all the way through. We appreciate everyone who waited for the rescheduling to happen and for the teams to get back out on the field after the first attempt was failed because of the heavy rain in the area. And the count is full after a ball.
Yes, Ryan, the rain gods have finally displayed their mercy on us. This tournament was actually supposed to start from the 31st of October and go till the 2nd of November. As we see 3 strikes, and he has to go. Retired.
Good strikeout pitch from Sumit. Breaking pitch low and away. And that's out number 2.
As I said, he's a proper lad, Sumit. He knows his game. And yes, coming back onto it, the rain gods have finally showed the mercy. It's the 14th of November, day when we have finally started. And I think this time around, the skies look pretty much clear.
And that bodes a lot better for the field conditions as well. We saw a lot of bumps in the road in the first DDA broadcast tournament of the year, the Amateur National Championship. Catcher tries the back pick, and the runner is safe.
You're right, Ryan. No one wants to play on a muddy ground because it's very sticky. You have chances of getting injured. So it's a very good thing that the ground right now is clear. The players can actually put on a great display for us. So yeah, once again, just kudos to the rain gods displaying mercy on us and displaying mercy on this tournament.
Well, Chandrayog United still trying to get their first run on the board. They've got a runner on first with 2 outs. So a big at bat here. And that just missed inside. It is 2-1.
1 point, Ryan. The scoreboard loading. It says 3-1, by the way.
3-1, excuse me. And we will pitch on. It is a strike.
It's a 3-2 now. Something's got to give up on this ball. Very exciting. Could this be a home run? I'm anticipating it. Let's go, United. Oh,
High and tight, ball 4. And another runner reaches.
that
So
means
maybe
the
some
first and the
signs of
second
life.
bases are loaded. Exactly, Ryan. Science of life.
Another big at bat here. If Chandrayog United wants to cut into the 6-run deficit.
I mean, I'm a guy who believes in fantasy. I'm a guy who believes in miracles. What about they get the three bases loaded and then there's a home run? Ryan, are you in for it?
We'll see what happens. I'm not trying to do any announcer jinxes. It's a famous phenomenon. Anytime a announcer says something's going to happen, the complete opposite happens.
You know what? You know what we call that? We call that the commentator's curse.
Absolutely. It is real. It is real. I've called enough
It is
games to
real.
know that.
It is real. It is indeed real. So for right now, Ryan is just keeping his words to him, not predicting anything. But yeah, as for me, I'm a hopeless romantic of the game. I've always believed that something might, out of the sudden, some players might do something that changes the complete complexion of the game. And for United, if they want to stick in this game, let me just tell you, they have to do something of that sort.
Well, the wild pitch puts both runners in scoring position. As Sumit takes his time, steps back on the rubber. Second and third with runners on, and that's a strike. So far, Sumit has shown good velocity on his pitches, and he's had a couple good strikeout pitches, but some of his misses have gotten away from the catcher. The United showing
This
patience at the
guy,
plate, good eye.
this guy Sumit, he's doing good. He's mixing it up. He's making sure that he's this one. Will
Just
that
foul.
count or that's gone to the foul area? Yeah, foul. Yeah. So I was talking about Sumit. He's doing good. He's mixing his pitches, making sure that he's making himself a bit hard to be hit. So yeah, good to see that.
Couldn't tell if
And I
that one was
think
fouled off
that
or a
will be
swing and
the
a
end.
miss. It is
I
a
think that
swing
was
and
a
a
swing and a
miss. Strike
miss.
3. Strike 3. And Chandrayog
And
United strands 2 base runners, and they will enter the second inning still down 6-0. So a missed opportunity for their offense. We'll see their defense take the field after this short break.
exactly.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in the second inning here in Game 4 of Day 1 of the IDS ABL. And the Titans sitting on a 6-run lead, trying to make it even bigger of a lead. As we saw Yash, the pitcher for United, lose control a bit. That is hit a mile. It looks like it's going to be foul. Just outside the right field foul pole. We saw the Titans jump on United early on from the very first batter as they try to do that again. Swing and a miss. And it's strike 3. So Yash survives a very hard hit ball that ended up curving foul. And he ends up getting the strikeout on a very good pitch low and away. Take another look at it. Completely fooled the batter. Just dove right out of the zone.
Gas in front of us, covering it from different angles. Is
And
this
next
one lofted
pitch
high in the air?
is hit, I believe, foul again.
Foul. Yep, that's a foul, Ryan. It's always an interesting sight to see the ball go up in the air because my heart goes bouncing that whether this ball is over the fence, but this time around couldn't connect the way you would have wanted. The ball reaches the foul zone.
I've noticed a lot of these balls are being hit to the opposite field
That's a keen
instead of
observation.
being
Good
pulled.
observation. Yep.
So maybe the hitter's a little bit later on the ball than they want to be, or maybe that's their strategy. It can be an effective one. And that pitch is going to be fouled back.
Once again, I think Ryan, you're correct. You're correct on that. Maybe they're a bit late onto it. Maybe the pitches are coming in too fast, and maybe you got to settle in the hand-eye coordination working well. It's a funny game when your hand-eye coordination is working. You're gonna smash them out of the park. But if you are just slightly late to the ball, so as we see this walk to the first base, as I was talking, Ryan, it's a funny game because if your hand-eye coordination is working, you're gonna smash that. There's no one stopping you on that day. But much similar, the Indian audience will relate. Much similar in cricket. If it's not happening for you on that day, it's not happening for you. And so there's something that probably, we do a lot of drills over here. I'm sure these boys have done a lot of drills to make sure that hand eye coordination is working fine. Because this game is somehow, you put on the rules, you do everything, you do all the training, but this game is somehow based on the hand eye coordination. And the pitch comes in fast. You have a bat in your hand, and all you got to do is make contact. And to find that sweet contact, to find that sweet spot, that is necessary.
You're right. It's a game of hand-eye coordination. It's a game of instincts, doing things before you can even think a lot of the time. And it's also a game of a lot of randomness and a lot of luck, to be completely honest.
That is one thing that I'll agree. A lot of randomness and a lot of luck. Agreed to that on that one.
That's what makes baseball so unpredictable and interesting. And that's going to be another walk issued by Yash. Another 2 base runners for the Titans. And it hasn't been an ideal start to the game for the United pitcher.
Not at all. Not at all, Ryan. He wouldn't have wanted that. That was not in the prep talk. Gets one strike. This was good. Very good. As we said, not the ideal strategy, not the ideal start they would have wanted. But still, this game is far from over. Far from over is this game, and they can always make a comeback. As this one, down the ground, lofted in the air. This should be out. Yes, it is. A routine play. executed to perfection. This will give them a lot of confidence actually, because this is what they would have wanted ideally. This is how Yash would have wanted in his head if he was visualizing before the game.
Yeah, it looked like that was a shallow pop up. Looked like it could have been a potential big fly, but was just under it. As that pitch is a swing and a miss to the next batter. And that's at the top edge of the zone for a strike. Swung on, pulled to left, and the catch is not made. Runner will stay where he is. Actually, I believe the catch was made. So that will be an
I'm
out.
not so sure on that. I'm not so sure on that. Was the catch made, Ryan?
It looked like the runners stayed where they were, so or a fielder's
Yeah,
choice
yeah.
potentially.
Not so sure over there. We'll wait for the scoreboard to update. There's something poetical about watching these left-handers. I'm sure Ryan would agree, as they're trying to steal, and they have done it. Beautiful.
A double steal
There's something
attempt,
poetical.
and they got him at second base. Wow, an aggressive attempt from the runner at first to get second while they were making to throw to third, and he ends up paying for it dearly. He's still on the ground. You hope he didn't get banged up on the play, but a chaotic play on the base paths. Catcher made the good throw to third. It wasn't in time, but heads up play from the third baseman to throw the runner out at second. Man, what a defensive play. As the runner
Indeed,
who got
indeed.
thrown out looks like he's on his feet walking off under his own power. That's good to see.
Indeed. We never want an injury. That's the last thing you would want playing any sport anywhere in the country or around the globe. Injuries are never ever well received. And I think he's good. Yes, he's good. At one point he was down, but right now he's walking on his feet. Good news. And a good attempt as well.
Absolutely. Well, that's a good end of the inning for United, as they didn't have that sort of fortune in the first inning when they allowed 6 runs, but they're able to keep the Titans off the board with a great defensive play. So we will head to the bottom of the second inning after this short break.
Stay tuned with us, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kumar Satyam. My co-commentator Ryan Oppenheimer will stay tuned with you.
It's the bottom of the second inning here in Kopargaon, Maharashtra, where the Serval Titans lead Chandrayog United 6-0. And Chandrayog United will get their second chance to cut into the deficit. First pitch was fouled away.
And as you were saying, Ryan, actually they did very well, United, in their second innings, right? Because in the first they conceded six, came back very well, learned from their mistakes. I think the coaches were giving them the talks that they were needed. So yeah, that's good sign.
You're never out of a game in baseball, at As long as you can get a rally going, you can come back from any deficit. And that pitch is shot up the middle, base hit center field. Good start to the frame for United. And that's Yash, the pitcher, who allowed the 6 runs. Trying to get one of them back. So, leadoff runner is aboard here in the bottom of the second inning for United.
Well, as
We'll see
Ryan
if
said,
Sumit can go ahead.
a
Go
lot
ahead.
on a lot on Yash, a lot riding on the back of Yash actually, because he was the pitcher that allowed those 6 runs. So a lot will be riding on his back. And we have seen that in sports. We've seen guys who have been belted, but guys then came back with the response because there's a fire burning in them. So maybe Yash is the guy who can turn this around.
Grounder to third, and the throw to second, not in time. So the runner's safe at first and second. And 2 on, no out for United.
Good signs,
Now,
very good signs for United. Slowly, we see that they are coming into this game. And as I was saying, there's something poetic to watch a left-hander. I've always admired watching left-handers. Their swing is pure godly, and when it hits, they stay hit. I mean, I believe this lad, this left-hander, tall. Look at his stride. Look at his stance that is taking. Number 22 as they try another steal. I think
and the shortstop can't find the ball. He's got it back. And I believe they pulled off the double steal.
this time around the pitcher making sure he watches. Yeah, this time around he's making sure Sumit that he's keeping an eye on the runner.
No double steal. Excuse me. Yash was just having a generous lead from second base. As
Yash
we
just
have an
teasing over
official
there.
score update. We got an official score update for y'all. Long overdue. It is 11-0.
Whoa,
I
11
was
nothing.
I was pretty sure there was more than 6 runs scored in that first frame. That was disastrous for United. But they've got 2 runners on here. Everything could change with a few good swings and some good eye at the plate. Still no outs.
Another word added to my dictionary after Avalanche. Disastrous first innings. Ryan once again hitting the right notes
Thank you, man.
as we see this
I,
left-hander.
that's how I learn. I learn things through words. I learn things through vocabulary. But here we go. 2 on, no out. United in a big hole, and that is a swing and a miss at a pitch way high. And the runner trying to get back to second base. Did they get him?
Not so sure, but Yash is living on. He's living dangerously. He's just teasing, trying to steal. Look at that replay. Yash was off. He was trying to steal. The catcher saw that, and I think they are playing teasing over there because I think Yash is gone. I think he has to go. I'm not so sure. We'll wait for it.
I,
No, he's safe.
I
He's
think
safe.
he was safe. I think he was safe by a
He's safe.
hair.
So whatever happens, one thing is for sure: Yash is a pretty little chaotic boy. He is creating chaos over there. Whatever he does, something happens. Something interesting is happening. He was pitching. He was whacked all around. Right now, he's trying to steal over there. So making sure he's keeping the drama intact, and that's something good to watch as a commentator. And I'm sure for the fans watching live on DD's YouTube channel, they'll be interested as well.
Well, I think what Yash has to understand is, one stolen base at this point isn't going to make much of a difference. What they really need is a big swing and a 3-run homer. And you can't afford to get out on the base paths down by 11.
Big point, Ryan. Big point. They need to load all the 3 bases and then try to go for a home run. That is what something. That is something that can bring them back in the game. But it's easier said than done. You can say all those things, but when you play that game of baseball, Ryan, you must know it's not an easy thing to hit that, to fill all the bases and then go for a home run. Never an easy thing.
It is easier said than done. But that is hit well into center field, base hit, and didn't see any runners score on the play.
I think first and three are loaded now. I think Yash has gone to the third now.
I didn't see any runners score. I think either Yash is on third.
Yeah, one and three. Yes, Yash has gone to the third, and the batsman from the home plate went to first.
Indeed.
Finally, some good signs. Some good signs for United over here now.
High and away. Ball
Ball
one.
one.
And a big frame for United. They got to get a run across here. And another steal attempt. Play at second base. He is out. I think he
They've got
was.
to learn.
I think he slowed up a little bit, bracing himself for the collision, and that ended up being what led to the out. I think if he slid into second base fearlessly, I think he would have been safe. But that's going
Good
to
point,
end the
Ryan. Good
inning.
point. I think he feared the collision. He tried to save himself and his opponent as well. That's why he slowed down. Otherwise, if he tried to slide into it completely, he could have had a dive. But good observation once again, as that leads to the end of this inning. They are done, I think. The scoreboard was saying it was 3 innings done, right?
I believe that was the bottom of the second inning, and we're headed to three. But yeah, Sumit gets out of trouble once again. He allowed a couple base runners and still managed to not allow a run, and it's still 11-0 heading into inning number three. What a scene here in Copargon as the Titans asserting their dominance. We'll be back in a moment.
Stay tuned with us, ladies and gentlemen. Kumar Saddam along with Ryan Oppenheimer. As we are back in action once again now, Yash, the pitcher, number 10. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment when you're playing baseball because even the commentators cannot take a breather. That's how fast the action is going right now at ABL.
They do go a million miles an hour here, I gotta say. But I can't complain about taking the break because the players got they're going to play at the pace they want to play, and
Exactly. If they
it's
can
all
play at the
about them.
pace, we'll join them as well. If the players show that kind of enthusiasm, getting back into action as soon as possible, we for hell as sure we're gonna show that enthusiasm as well as he tries to bunt that in the air, but that will go in the foul area.
Well, at this point, Titans are headed towards a big win, but in baseball you got to keep playing. Pitchers got to keep pitching, and Titans are going to try to get as many runs as they can.
As my co-commentator was talking about baseball, I thought, isn't that what we do in life? We cannot never give up in our life. Just keep trying, keep trying. We do not know what the result is in the end, but we just keep trying. And for United right now, that's the scene. They gotta keep trying, keep their head down, make sure that they play to their maximum potential. And it's not gonna hurt them much because tournament is big. You're gonna get other opportunities as well, right? So make sure that you do your best and then just try and play the next game to your advantage.
Absolutely, and Yash did get a big strikeout here uh, in the first batter of the inning. Facing number 15, It's a ball and a strike, and that pitch is outside for ball 2.
And as I was saying, United will get one other chance, another bite at the cherry. It's going to be match 5, Panthers versus United. So they need to make sure that they make their tools sharpened for this game as we see another batsman retired.
Grounder to second and an easy play for out number 2. And Yash has been a lot more under control here in this third frame.
This is what I was saying, Ryan, that even though this game is slipping away from them, they can actually make sure that their pitcher Yash has his hands set, arm movement set, so that in the next game he can actually do much better than this.
That is a big part of the whole pitching equation here. You got to conserve your energy, especially if you're going to be pitching either later today or even a day from now. Pitching is very hard on the arm. But
Very
Yash
hard.
still remains in the game, down by 11. No balls, 2 strikes, and he gets a piece of it to stay at
I
0
think
and 2.
I think Ryan, you will agree with me. A lot of shoulder strength is required. A lot of arm and shoulder strength is required while you're pitching. And when you're pitching at pace, your fastballs, we see in Major League Baseball, they nearly go around 9,500 miles per hour. So I think having good shoulders helps. And then, also being backed by science. So when you have coaches, oh, he's got hit. That was right on the money. Number 17, Sumit, on the ground. I think he's good. He's good. He's safe. He's a fighter. This boy wakes up instantly.
Yeah, that pitch got away from Yash, and it hit the opposing pitcher. And right now they're sharing some words, maybe an apology. Usually a pitch like that, you could tell it wasn't intentional. It just slipped out of his hands the wrong way.
Exactly. Never intentional. No one wants to hurt their opponents. No one. Just like slip of the hand. Maybe we'll try and get better this time around, as that will lead to a base run. So the number one base is loaded now. Oh, tries to
And
bunt
that
that.
pitch is high and inside again. And that's going to be a ball. Looks like the batter pulled his bat back just in time.
How much, Ryan, does that depend on the umpire as well? Because I've seen those kind of attempts being given as strikes because he did actually try and bunt that. So does that depend on the umpiring as well, or like it's a common thing? Like every time you see that's gonna be given as a ball.
Really, I think it should be, a pretty black and white thing, but it is sometimes hard to tell if the batter pulled back in time or not. Oftentimes that'll lead to an appeal at first or third base to see a second pair of eyes make the decision. Yash continuing to miss inside. That's a ball.
3 ball, 1 strike right now. Bottom
Runner
of
on
the fourth
second,
as a
2 outs. In there for strike 2, and the count is full.
now.
So
This
Yash,
is my interesting part. This is where I love this 3-2. Something's got to happen. Something happens. He is retired. He goes back.
that's a strikeout, and it's going to end the frame. So Yash, that's 2 straight scoreless innings for him. After allowing an avalanche in that first inning, it's just that one bad inning that's going to be United's downfall, but there's going to have one more chance to cut into it. And we'll see
I'm not
what
so
happens
sure.
here.
I'm not so sure if all the 11 runs were scored in that first innings. Are we sure on that, Ryan?
Um, from what I understand, I think the scoreboard was wrong. I don't think it
We saw six.
updated for all
Yeah.
the runs scored. But from what I understand, I think the last 2 frames were scoreless for Yash. He
Hmm.
was able
So
to get out of the jam twice in a row.
if If that's the case, then plenty of positives for Yash the pitcher. Because one bad innings, he conceded 11, but the next two innings, he did very well. Good signs for him going on in the next match.
Exactly. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And, baseball is a lot of games played in quick succession. Oftentimes, it's not just about the result of one game, it's about building momentum that you can maintain throughout multiple games. And that does bode well for Yash and for United.
Another phrase in my bank, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I'm definitely going to use that much, much more now as we see the bottom of the third innings.
Score still 11-0. And United is up to bat down 11 runs. Righty toes the slab and delivers. Low, but in the zone for strike one.
Number 17, Sumit, the guy who's turning 25 very soon, has done great actually. Restricted the Chandrayog United to zero. So he's done a fantastic job over here. Strike. One ball, one strike, I believe. Waiting for the
I believe
scoreboard to
that's
update.
I believe
Yes,
it's
it
two
is.
strikes. It's 1-2.
Two strikes.
And that pitch upstairs to even the count. But yeah, Sumit's been good. He's gotten into some trouble, but he's always gotten out of it thanks to some timely, well located pitches and also some good defense. Just overall, a great team effort from this Titans squad.
Exactly my point, Ryan. I was about to say that yes, Sumit sometimes has got into trouble. United have sometimes loaded the bases, but the defensive effort from Titans, I mean, they're playing as a proper team, as a proper unit. And that's how Sumit sometimes, if even if he was in danger, he has been bailed out. So that's what good teams do. They work together. Birds of feather flock together.
And is that called a strike? I believe it is. No, it's called a ball. That is a walk.
You see that little fist bump? The player from defense came and gave his pitcher. That shows that this team is well equipped. They're friends together, motivating his pitcher. Very important. Very important. Whatever game you play, that you get the support from your teammates.
That is what it's all about. Sumit's still on the mound, looking for that complete game shutout. If he's able to get out of this inning. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Sumit. And it's 2-1 here in the bottom of the third. That pitch high, and batter has to duck for it. 3-1 now.
Three and two now.
That's at the top of the zone, strike two. And got to correct myself. I think the first batter did strike out looking. It was a borderline pitch at the top of the zone. They did call it a strike. There is one out and nobody on. But that pitch chopped to short. The play in time. Good throw. And that's out number two.
Ryan, never doubt yourself because initially you did say that he's striked out. So never ever doubt yourself again, and you were correct. Now there's two outs. The first batsman was striked out, and slowly and steadily, I think this signals the end for United.
Well, they're down to their final batter, their final out with nobody on. And this is the second game for both teams. Titans played the Panthers earlier in the first game of the day, and then United played the Hunters in the second game.
And then these both teams will still have one game in their kitty. United are going to play Panthers in the fifth game, And Titans are going to play Hunters in the sixth game, if I'm correct, Ryan.
Yeah, every team is playing 3 games today.
Yes. It's, it also becomes then a test of their endurance because it's not easy to play back to back games. It's not easy. You got to be fit, you got to display good amounts of strength and stamina. And that's why it's not just about playing good baseball, it's about maintaining your calm and composure. It's about making sure that you're relaxed, as sometimes you see these pitchers have to pitch a lot, as we were talking about it. So you got to save your energy, conserve your energy, make sure you're mentally in the game. And that's how Seoul Titans are playing right now. They are doing good. Once again, we see Sumit, number 17.
He has been lights out today, and he's going to get that strikeout to end the game. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Titans move on with an 11-0 victory. And they stomped on the opponent right away and never gave them any hope of a comeback.
Exactly, Ryan. A performance that marks an authority. It is just not a victory, a statement of intent by the Titans. I know that we are just in the day one of the tournament and there are 8 teams right now, but Titans have actually displayed a great show of authority that, listen, guys, we are here to compete and we are here to win. This 11-0 victory is actually a mark of their authority, and United completely blown away. Kudos to the effort by the boys from United, but Titans right now take this game away 11-0.
That is the final score here in Game 4 of Day 1 of the Ahilyanagar Baseball League 2025 edition. Thank you guys for tuning in. A lot more baseball to come. We've got Panthers versus United, the team that just lost. Match 5 scheduled for just over 30 minutes from now. And player of the game is awarded here.
As we see this beautiful camera angle panning into it, what a great job the broadcasters have done. Thank you, Sportswood, as well, for making sure we have this broadcast live in front of us. You can watch this stream it at DDA's YouTube channel, Diamond Dream Academy, that is DDA Baseball Official, as the players shake it out, maintaining the sportsmanship and the spirit of the game.
Well, this has been a Titans versus United. Titans on top, 11-0. They move on as United will have a very quick turnaround. They'll be one of the 2 teams in the next game that we have lined up for you. They'll be playing the Panthers. Again, scheduled for
Exactly.
one is scheduled for 2:30 p.m. IST. That should be in just over 30 minutes. We'll see when those teams take the field. But when they do, we'll be right back here on the DDA live stream. Ryan Oppenheimer, along with my partner Kumar. Stay tuned, and thank you for joining. Hey, everybody, welcome back to day one of the Ahilyanagar Baseball League in Kopargaon, Maharashtra. And day one rolls on. We are in game number 5 of 6, and it's between the Puntamba Panthers and Chandrayog United. United just got done with a really bad loss, losing 11-0 to the Serval Titans. And now the Panthers already have a run on the board. Here in the top of the first, no outs, runner on second. Batter digs in. We saw Yash, the pitcher for United, get roughed up a little bit in that opening frame in the last game, trying to avoid the same thing happening. And that's a swing and a miss. So strike one. Batter biting on the high fastball there. And here is the 0-1. Swung on and hit deep to left. That has some carry and it's caught. It is caught in left field for out number 1. Either out number 1 or out number 2. We'll see in a second. But we have my partner back in the stream. It's Kumar Satyam back with us.
Well, welcome back, Ryan. Thank you for that opening intro. And we are back again. This is Panthers versus United, the fifth game of the day. As we progress in the Ahilyanagar Baseball League 2025, what a good day it has been today. The sun is shining, rain gods having mercy on us. The pitch looks beautiful. And one run already on the board. What have I missed, Ryan?
Well, so far, Puntamba has put some pretty good swings on the ball. That last one was a high drive out to left that ended up being caught, and then that is a ground out to end the inning. So Puntamba gets a run on the board, but a lot less damage in that opening frame for United this time, as opposed to that game that we just saw. So
Good
hoping
observation.
for a more competitive matchup this time around between Puntamba and Chandrayog, and we'll see the United come up to bat. But Kumar, it's our second game of the night, and yeah, man, you sounded great so far. It's been a pleasure to work with you. How you doing?
I'm just trying to be better, Ryan. In the country over here, cricket is a much popular game with baseball. We always used to like baseball, but now it's such a pleasure to work with you guys like Ryan, guys like Calvin, Eli. Just soaking in all the knowledge about baseball that I can, because it's not a cultural game growing up in India. It's mostly cricket, but we got to see MLB on television. As I was saying, broadcasting and globalization has brought everyone together under a single branch. I mean, a lot of Indians do watch MLB, take their inspirations, but now, thanks to DDA and thanks to ABL, we actually can see homegrown players, lads from India, who can showcase their skill. And maybe one day these guys can feature in some big tournaments. Maybe one of them could actually punch their ticket to America, to the United States of America, to play MLB. So yeah, it's just a pleasure working with you guys, and we make sure as we go into the bottom of the first that this time around Chandrayog United can actually put a run on the board.
That's what they're going to try to do here as they come up to bat for the first time in this ball game. First pitch is high in the zone, but called a ball.
And as you said, Ryan, it's very good that United this time around just conceded one. So that's some good signs for them.
Next pitch, high and in, nearly hit the batter, and that's ball 2.
2 to score right now. Bottom of the first. It's Chandrayog United looking to open their scoring right now. Here comes the pitcher once again, taking his time, throws in.
And
Called a
that's strike
strike. 2
1.
1 now.
Well, the usual pitcher for the Panthers, his name is Ganesh Gaikwad, wears both number 7 and number 9. We'll verify that shortly. But right now he's pumping heat. That's strike 2.
Yeah. The two pitchers, I believe, are Ganesh Gaikwad and Pratik Mahadev Gaikwad. These are the two pitchers. And one of them is nicknamed Messi. I saw that when Calvin and Eli were commentating. We got to get a closer look on the camera at Messi, who's pitching.
That's right. Messi
I think
had some success. We saw the Panthers have some interesting plays out in the field. I believe they tried the hidden ball trick, and they were unsuccessful a couple times, and then they actually succeeded near the end of that game. You know, these
some new
players, they're
strategies.
just out here trying stuff. They're not afraid to pull a trick like that. We'll see what they have in store for us in this second game, and that is going
That's
to
what
be
I
a
said,
walk. Winner
Ryan.
takes first.
That's what I said, Ryan, that actually in countries that the game is developing, you see much more of these things. As we see another steal over there at second base. Watch that. As I said, Ryan, it is happening. These players are actually executing too many things, thinking, because the game is in its baby stages right now, nurturing stages in India, baseball. And one thing that I've seen much happening, I was seeing your clips when you were doing national championship as well. Stealing is one of the best things that these guys do. And look at the runner at the second base. Look at how he's ready to take off right now.
Yeah, he is chomping at the bit to take off, and you know, in order for stealing to not be as viable of an option, the catcher has to be really good at throwing runners out. And you see a couple catchers at this level who are really good at that, and that's a really valuable asset for a defense. But you know, if a runner doesn't respect a catcher's arm, he'll run on him every time, and that's what we've seen a lot of in this tournament so far. 2-1 called a strike, high and inside part of the zone, and the count is even at 2 apiece. Runner on second, no outs, 1-0 ball game. Chandrayog United trying to even the score. Here's the 2-2. It is pulled foul.
That's a great analysis, Ryan, that if you don't respect, if you don't got a good arm, probably they'll always steal. And with that, you also have to have the eyes in the back of your head, because it's very easy to steal from second to third. As you got another foul, as we see, the ball goes to the foul area. You got to actually rely on your catcher's instinct, because when you're at the second base, I don't think the pitcher can see that clearly. So you got to rely on your catcher's instinct and make sure that you guys work together in tandem. I've been seeing Major League Baseball for quite a long time now, and I see how the pitcher and the catcher, they coordinate with their fingers and with their hand movements. What pitch to bowl in when. So I think that coordination between the pitcher and the catcher is very essential.
Yeah, you see some pitchers are a little bit easier to steal on because they have a slower motion to the plate. Some of them have a really fast delivery, and it's all about the location of the pitch, the velocity of the pitch, and the pitcher's motion and how long he takes to wind up. All those factors play a factor. And then for the catcher, of course, throwing runners out is easier said than done. And I think MLB catchers really make it look easier than it truly is. I think that's going to be another foul ball. It is. And it's still 2 apiece. But, you know, for a catcher, I think the stat, the measurement that they use to determine how good a catcher is at throwing runners out is they call it pop time. The pop of a catcher's mitt, and then the time between the pop of the catcher's mitt and the pop of the ball into the glove of the infielder. How long between those two pops? And you know, usually uh, under 2 seconds is a pretty good pop time, and I think that's what a lot of these catchers should be striving for. 2-2. Swung at and grounded. I believe that's a fair ball. It is. It's going to roll past the outfield fence and out of play. And I'm not sure, that's probably going to be a ground rule double, and the runner on second will be awarded home plate. So that is how Chandrayog United is going to tie this ball game up. It's one apiece.
Finally, runs on board for Chandragyog United, and some good luck working in their favor. And as Ryan was saying, something that is very important is the moment a fielder, the outfield fielder, gets the ball in his hand and the time taken then to throw. And that is the time wherein that decides what kind of a player you are. And the stronger your arm strength is, the faster you throw a ball. So you see different players having different arm strength, different shoulder strength. And one player, like if you're talking about groundbreaking players from India, I'm sure Ryan knows about him. Two guys who contested in the $1 million arm competition in India. Yeah, Rinku Singh, the one guy. I'll tell you a story about Rinku Singh. Rinku Singh is the same guy who got picked up and went to USA, played in MLB, and then later on switched a career in WWE, World Wrestling Entertainment.
That's
He's a
right.
character called Veer Mahan. Veer Mahan, the character. So it goes to show that, it's a great effort. I mean, you can wind up anywhere in your career. You start as a baseball player, you went to World Wrestling Entertainment. Now the world knows you. So that's a major leap for baseball in India. Rinku Singh, check him out, guys, if you have not seen him.
I was trying to find a way to work that story into the broadcast. One of the coolest sports stories around the world. Period. Thank you, Kumar, for bringing that in. Uh, Rinku Singh is a really inspirational uh, story, and it just shows how many hidden talents there are in the country of India that hopefully we can find now that we have this growing infrastructure of DDA and the ABL and many other tournaments like this. But a 1-1 ball game now, and one out, runner on second. And Kumar, you were telling me a couple nights ago that you're a wrestling guy, so I like that you mentioned that he ended up having a WWE career. A man of many talents, for sure.
Man of many talents. And as I said, a lot of these Indian boys, they're just exploring the sport. I mean, it's just like they're playing the sport in the beginning. It's a genesis of the sport in India, and you don't know where they're gonna land. For them, the golden ticket is MLB. They could go and land in the MLB, but you know what doors this sport can open to them. You never know what kind of commercials, what kind of advertisements, what kind of fame and popularity the sport can bring them. You never know. And Rinku Singh is a prime example of that. A man who's unknown. No one knows him in the state, in the country, in the India. No one knows him. To a player, to a guy who goes to the MLB, tries his luck, does well actually for a guy who's beginning the sport, and then goes to another promotion, a wrestling entertainment business, does good over there as well, and now he's living life. He's living good. So yeah, that's a good story to always remember. And yeah, also as we begin, shout out to the guys who have been working tirelessly to make this tournament possible. First of all, I would like to give a shout out to Dipesh Solanki, the head of baseball operations in India. Also, Melissa Siegler, the founder and CEO of Stashlet. So that's DDA's fundraising partner. And Stan Exter, the head coach from United States of America. DDA. Now, Ryan, you go once again as we have the play right now.
Well, it was a strikeout, so now two outs, and Chandrayog trying to take the lead. They got a runner in scoring position. And that pitch called a strike. It's 1-1. But you're right, Kumar. This really has been a team operation through and through. Wouldn't have been possible without the efforts of every single one of the people involved. And that includes you. That includes my partners, Eli and Calvin, who you will hear much more from as this tournament goes on. But that's going to be the end of the first inning as Chandrayog United grounds out to first. And it is a 1-1 ball game after one.
As we see, Chandra United this time around actually scored their first run. So right now the game hangs in balance. One for the Panthers, one for the United. will begin with the top of the second very, very soon. Interesting battle right now. But hey, as we were talking about some major, major things happening in Indian baseball, also worth mentioning the Gwalior ballpark. We did have a small chat about the Gwalior ballpark early in our first game, but just to let you guys know, it is the first MLB standard ballpark that has been invented in India,
It
established
is.
on the 5th of May, built in partnership with IPS group of colleges. And Ryan, you know this, it mirrors the iconic New York Mets Stadium, the Citi Field Stadium.
It does. It's actually a stadium that I got to see for the first time this summer when I was in New York, and it really is a sight to behold. The best thing about baseball is that no ballpark is the same, and everyone has different dimensions. Especially for the fans, there's so many different spots to catch a game from. Some uh, really interesting concessions and food options. And it's my goal to go to as many ballparks as I possibly can. Hopefully, we can get one in my hometown of Portland, Oregon. I know that there's a group trying to get an MLB expansion team in this city. It hasn't quite happened yet, but you know, I just got a shout out to all the amazing ballparks in the MLB. I've been to Seattle's ballpark. I've been to the Mets. Uh, I've been to AT&T Stadium in Oracle Ballpark, excuse me, now called Oracle Ballpark in San Francisco. I've been to the one in Washington D.C., the Nationals Park, and oh yeah, I sat in the outfield at Rogers Center, which ended up being the site of one of the greatest baseball games of all time in this past couple of weeks. Game 7 of the World Series. I am still processing what happened in that absolute
Are we
classic of a
talking?
baseball game.
Are
I
we?
don't know if you watched it, Kumar.
Are, are we talking the same game that went on to some 18th or 19th inning?
Well,
Are we
that was
talking?
in the same series. That was at Dodger Stadium. That was Game 3. I'm talking about Game 7,
Mhm.
which was, I mean, just the fact that it was a Game 7 and it was a winner take all, and it went to extra innings. I mean, oh my goodness, it's absolute cinema. It just made me fall in love with baseball all over again. And I encourage you, if you're watching, wherever you are, after this live stream's over, after you've seen your team play, do yourself a favor, go look up Game 7 World Series 2025 because I'm not sure I will ever see a greater baseball game. I'm telling you.
Guys, Guys, take your pens out, mark this up, as Ryan, our co commentator, believes that this is one of the best baseball games. And actually, one of the easiest way to learn baseball is to watch games. And as Ryan said, probably if a guy who's been watching baseball for years and years, if he says that it's a game worth remembering, it is, as we have right now, 3 balls, 1 strike. And that goes into the foul area. Top of the second right now. I'll be just back in a second.
Panthers,
Just a small technical glitch. Ryan, you continue. I'll be just back.
the Panthers are up to bat again, and it's a full count. So the leadoff batter, and that pitch gets away. So a leadoff walk. Hope you all are having a good night or a good day wherever you are. Probably a good morning, considering I would imagine a lot of you are watching from somewhere in India. I'm a little disoriented. It's 1:18 in the morning for me, but top of the second inning. And a pop up to first base that is caught. And looked like the runner was meandering off of first base, and that's going to be a double play. He forgot that he needed to stay close to first. That's something he's going to have to learn quickly, as on a fly ball like that, you got to return to the base. Good catch there by the second baseman, as that would have landed foul if he hadn't caught it. But now no nobody on, 2 outs. And a grounder past the shortstop. Into left field, base hits. So a base running mental lapse by the Panthers, but they get another runner to reach. Hey, welcome back,
Back in
Kumar.
action once again. Yeah. The clouds in the background are causing a distraction. Just wanted to make sure that the dimensions of my camera plays perfectly. I think it's better now, Ryan, right?
Yeah, you sound great. You look great. We're chilling.
Yeah.
No balls and a strike.
I'm sure these
That pitch high,
I'm sure
steal
these
attempt,
guys
and he is safe.
that's successful. Great. Great steal attempt.
Was a bang bang play. I mean, I think he was safe by a decent amount, but not by a ton. It was a definitely a competitive throw from the catcher. And there'll be a bit of a pickle, and the runner will take third. So, looked like they were trying to catch the runner in between bases, but he ends up getting to third. And a well-placed grounder will give the Panthers the lead right now. That pitch gets away, and taking home plate, never mind. I think he was tagged out by a mile. He was just jogging into home plate like he wasn't going to get tagged out. I'm not sure what he was thinking there.
Beautiful. Look at him, look at him, look at him come over here. And he started jogging.
It's like he thought he was going to get to home plate easily. He thought the ball was just going to bounce all the way away, but it ended up getting back to the catcher, and the catcher got back to the base path pretty easily. So that is going to be the end of the frame as two inexplicable base running mistakes by the Panthers keep them off the board. They had multiple chances to do damage in that inning, but they come away empty. But we'll see. It's been a close game so far. Could go either way. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning.
As we were talking about in the first game, when United were being thrashed, that you got to save your energy, you got to conserve yourself, keep your composure because it's a big tournament. You're going to get more opportunities, and I think United have learned from that. I think the management and the team owners have had a pep talk, made sure that these players have made calm, have made themselves, have composed themselves, and this is reflecting. The scoreboard never lies. Right now, equally balanced this game as we go in the bottom of the second, and United would be looking to take the lead over here.
Well, they're benefiting from the base running errors from the Panthers. That's the reason this game is still tied, and now they've got to take advantage.
And it's 2:53 Indian Standard Time right now. The pitcher, yellow cap on him, looks beautiful. The jersey is beautiful for them, the Panthers.
A lot of these teams are coming with really cool jersey color combos, a lot of bright colors. I really enjoy the branding of this league. They have looked really professional, and you can tell how much these guys love the game of baseball. That is a hard hit ball, and I don't think that is fair.
And imagine, Ryan, the amount of love that this tournament has received. And we are not even playing on a proper ground right now. So, with the opening of the Gwalior ballpark, imagine a stadium with 7,000 capacity. Imagine people coming in, watching the game, and in a stadium that's actually The infield is dirt and the outfield is grass. We're in a stadium that looks professional. So that's going to be such a great thing for the game of baseball right now in India. And you can see we have fans in attendance over here as well. You see the camera angle. You see behind we have kids coming in watching this sport. So there's no shortage of young kids who are trying to watch and learn from these boys. And even though if these boys do not make it professional, they'll always be remembered. Oh, that I thought that could have been an out, but that ball races away to the outfield, and I think they'll get to base. So what I'm saying,
It
Ryan,
is.
is even if these guys, they could not actually make it to the big leagues. Imagine how big a role they are playing to the future generation. So they are like the pilot batch who are making sure that they lay the foundations in the country for the next gen guys to come in and stamp their authority on the game of baseball. And we've seen with Japan actually. Shohei Otani is from Japan, right?
He is, yes.
So we have seen that Asia is making its mark. India being another country in Asia, Japan already has that beast of a player. And if I was checking their records, these guys, and most of them, they have their favorite player named as Shohei Otani. So, I mean, if Japan has done it already, India on the verge of doing it, and I think sure soon Asia will produce more players and it will be great for the game of baseball in altogether.
Absolutely. And, you know, another name that I've seen quite a bit in these surveys for a favorite MLB player, I don't see it on the team I'm looking at right now, which is the Panthers. But in the past, I've seen a lot of people mention the name Arjun Nimala. I'm not sure if you've heard of Arjun because he hasn't actually set foot on an MLB field yet, but he made history recently by being drafted in the first round by the Toronto Blue Jays. That's the first ever Indian heritage player to ever be drafted in the first round of the MLB draft. So congrats to Arjun, and he's definitely someone that I'm really rooting for to be a successful Toronto Blue Jay.
And these kind of stories, these are the stories that motivate an entire nation. As Arjun becomes the first Indian heritage guy to be drafted in the first round, these are the stories that pick up a nation. These are the stories that, I mean, kids right now would listen to that name, and kids right now want to be like that guy. So there's always one pilot who carries the hopes of other guys on his back. And I think all of these efforts coming in together, the story you told about Arjun, DDA's effort, Gwalior Ballpark, I think we are about to witness something special. I could call this the butterfly effect, everything falling in place for India. Just make sure that these guys now give it their all and make the country proud.
Yeah, you can tell that they are, and we're all doing this for the love of the game. Uh, the fans, the players, everyone involved at DDA, and you're seeing it all come to fruition right now.
And as Ryan said, we're
Full
doing it for the
count.
love of the game because DDA is a USA based non profit corporation. So that's what love of the game is. It's a non profit corporation. It's not like DDA is earning money from this. It's not DDA is seeking its profit. They're doing it just for the love of the game. And once again, shout out to DDA, a USA based non profit corporation and India's premium baseball academy. It's building a world class development ecosystem right now in baseball through grassroots training, international partnership, elite coaching, and a holistic athlete development.
Well said, man. I'm really proud to be part of this. As it's still a 1-1 ball game here in the second inning. It's a full count, and we'll get a quick infield meeting. And I'm not sure. Did they intentionally walk? I'm not exactly sure. I think I just saw a runner take first base, and it wasn't after a pitch was thrown. I'm sure we'll get first base in the camera soon. Actually, no. I think he's coming right back. It's a full count still. Same batter, same batter.
Oh, look at it. Look at it. This
Takeoff
time around, he
attempt.
was trying to steal once again. Yep, he's safe.
He is.
But maybe an injury concern.
Ooh, is
Maybe.
it another
We're
heat
not so
cramp?
sure about that. I think maybe the way he landed when he was trying to reach the first base, I think the way he landed, probably something on his groin area. Look at that landing. He didn't land well over there, and probably that's the concern. I think, yes, he's injured over here. People gathering around. Never a good scene. Never a good scene to see an athlete being injured.
Yeah, might have pulled something. Sometimes the sudden, um, quick twitch movements as a base runner can cause things like that to happen.
Yeah.
Or he could just be having cramps, which is understandable given the heat and there's not a cloud in the sky right now. But probably best not to speculate on what happened. But hope the guy's okay.
And just to say, it is actually one of the good things over here is that it's mid-November in India, so we are just approaching the winter season. So even though it's sunny, actually there is some relief for them. Imagine playing in India in May, June, July. If you play baseball in those period at this sunny time, like 3 p.m. in India at that time, you will be completely be drowned in sweat. So right now, one good thing for them is that it's mid-November and it's bit of winter breeze coming in, and Maharashtra typically is a place that's relatively cooler to the other parts of the country. So I think, yeah, I think if I won't say they would be enjoying the heat that much, but yeah, the heat won't be bothering them as well. But when you're playing for long hours, I mean, some of these guys, they're playing 3 matches together on one day, so it's very important that you stay hydrated. And that's where I said, Ryan, stamina, strength, and endurance comes in, because maybe once you're trying to just go over there, you have a small niggle, a bit of groin, a bit of hamstring, not a big injury, just a bit of groin, a bit of hamstring, and that can take you away from the game.
Absolutely. Well, looks like the injured player was able to leave the field and we play on. So it is a new batter. There is a runner on first, which means they did intentionally walk him. And it is now a 3-0 count to the next batter. One out. And the next pitch on its way. In there, strike one. Clutch pitch there.
That's the word, clutch pitch, because you are sitting on 3 balls right now. One more ball, and the batsman walks to first base. That's really a clutch pitch. Needs to make sure it delivers clutch once again. No room for error. Strike two. He does indeed, Ryan. Obliges.
At the top of the zone, batter is patient, but maybe a little bit too patient, having taken 2 consecutive strikes. Generous strike zone from the umpire as well, though. Not doing the batter any favors. That's swung on into center field, and it's caught. So that is out number 2. And the runner stays at first.
Also, as Ryan said, it depends much on the umpire. The word used, generous, actually good word actually, because I don't think we have technologies over here to recheck. So it all depends on the umpire, and it's a fine line. You cannot actually say that is correct or wrong. You cannot argue on the decision because it's a very fine line when you watch that. So yeah, I mean, even in cricket, earlier with the umpiring, we had a lot of disputes. So I'm sure with the Indian audience tuning in cricket also with the umpiring, we had a lot of disputes earlier about outs and not outs. But once the technology came in, there's still dispute because as I said, we are living in a technological abundance era. But sometimes even technology cannot sort us out, as we see a strike over there. So yeah, I mean, you gotta be discreet with umpires' decision and respect that. And I think these guys do that, and that's why baseball played with much spirit of the game, maintaining sure that the sportsmanship is maintained.
Here's the 1-1.
Whoa.
And that doesn't get the call. Looked like it was in a pretty similar location to a pitch that
Yeah,
just got called a
that's why I
strike.
said. That's why I said that drew a reaction from me. And I think that ball actually had a curve on it. I'm not so sure if I see the replay because that ball actually had a curve on it. Came inside.
Also just outside the zone. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Bottom of the second right now. 2 outs. First base loaded. 3 ball, 1 strike. United and Panthers contesting this game equally at this point right now. Nothing to separate both the teams, or he's been given a walk. Is he, Ryan? Yes, he is.
Absolutely. And I think I'm starting to catch on to what they're doing. I think that they're conserving the pitcher's arm by not having him pitch in those unfavorable counts. I'm not sure if it's just that they don't trust his control, uh, or that they want to avoid any potential power swing. But either way, it's another intentional walk on a 3-ball count. That is an interesting strategy that I can't say I've seen before. But if you're trying to conserve your pitcher's arm through a long day of playing, I kind of understand. As a wild pitch
Oh,
gets
he steals.
away, and he's going to be safe. He's going to be safe. Or
Good
is
steal
he?
once again.
Or is
I think
he?
he's safe. Yeah.
I don't think so. I think the players are leaving the field. It's going to be called an out. What a
Oh, we
play
will
from the
wait for the
catcher, man.
replay.
Going after that wild pitch and firing it over. And then the
Oh, he's
tag
gone
to the third
actually.
baseman. He is gone.
Yes, Ryan, you're correct. Actually, the runner, once again, why did he slow down? He could easily have reached the base, but he slowed down. And once again, that working in his disadvantage. And Ryan, you're right. They have their 3 outs, they're gone now.
There have been a
And
lot of missed opportunities on the base paths for the Panthers, or for both teams, mind you. And I think as these players develop, I think they'll learn that
yeah,
if you're trying to avoid a tag, sliding is the way to go. And I think a lot of these players
indeed.
don't necessarily have it in their muscle memory yet, but
Indeed.
it's led to some chaos here on the field today.
Do you know what? I love it. I love chaos. I love to watch chaos because, of course, if you watch the game and if you watch MLB and you'll say, oh, it's quite off standard. But hey, these guys are learning. And as Ryan said, the muscle memory not yet kicking in. The more they play, the more attention they get, the more tournaments they play, the more better they get. And this is how you
Absolutely.
develop a sport in the nation.
Well, onward we
Now,
march here, top of the third, and excuse me, no rest for the weary here. I could probably count the number of seconds between the frames on 2 fingers, or two hands, both my hands. It's a 1-1 game in the third inning. I'll stop while I'm ahead.
Yash,
1 ball, no strikes.
you remember this picture, Yash, looking for redemption right now.
He's still chugging out there. That is going to be a badly missed ball. Here's the 2-1. It is chopped to short, and the play in time. Out number 1, retired. So we've seen some better defense in this game as opposed to the blowouts that United suffered in their game against the Titans. Better pitching on Yash's part as well. Been able to find the zone a little bit better. One ball, no strikes. A bunt attempt is going to be popped up in the air and caught by the catcher. He ranged to the backstop and was able to track it down. That is not as easy as it looks to react to that as quickly as he did.
Exactly, Ryan. Not easy as it looks. Easy only on the eye. This was a good pitch. Seemed like a fast ball. And he tried bunting it. The ball hung up in the air. An easy catch for the catcher.
So 2 outs now, nobody on. And we've seen a lot of outs come in very unconventional ways in this matchup. That swung on, looked like it was sliced foul, but it's fair, and it is caught for the 3rd out. So a fly out to right field will keep the Panthers off the board once more. And this is going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning now. These are 3-inning games, so we could be in walk-off territory right now if United is able to get some offensive momentum.
Exactly, Ryan. That is what I was trying to say. Now it all depends on United. The game is for their taking now. They can win this. Bottom of third, score still tied. If they play with some smartness, just make sure they load the bases. And then we can have a proper win. And they would need this win. Having come off a loss to the last game, Titans thrashed them. It will be good for their morale as well. I don't know what happens if they go further in the tournament, but for their morale, for the teams, for the fans as well, for United, I think it's going to be a good thing. Game is on their hands now. They can make sure that they win this.
Well, here we go. We could be looking at our first walk-off situation of the entire tournament so far. And you love a good walk-off. As a baseball fan, gotta love the drama of this close 1-1 ball game. And the first pitch is going to be upstairs for a ball.
I'm not so sure if we had a home run till now in the first three games that Eli and Calvin were commentating, Ryan. Has there been a homer till now?
I was listening to the 3rd game, and I didn't hear one at that point. I did get a hidden ball trick, which that was not on my bingo card. I haven't, from my understanding, there hasn't been any home runs hit, but we're bound to see some at some point. That's a big
Yeah,
swing. I think he wanted one there, but that is going to be strike 2.
exactly. That was what I was trying to say. He swung that with purpose and intent, but nothing that the bat finds, only thin air.
1-2. And swung on, and that's foul.
One area of adjustment I think that these guys need to make, because if you see cricket, the bat used in cricket is a much broader bat. It's a big bat, and most of these guys have definitely played cricket, because you can see as this ball is high in the air, and I think this will land in the foul zone as well. As you see, these guys have good swing, as Ryan just pointed out that he swung hard over there. So the swing is not something that you got to teach them. They have swing. They need to be familiar with the bat used in baseball. It's a pretty much thinner bat. So to make proper contact in cricket, actually you can smack the ball easily, and I don't think they have problem with the pace as well coming in. It's just that with the bat, how the dimensions of the bat are. So the more they spend time with that bat, the more they study it, and the more they play with that bat, the more better these guys will get.
The 2-2 pitch, and that is hit high in the air, and it will fall into the third baseman's glove. So that's out number 1. We could be headed to extra innings here. And that would also be the first time that's happened in this tournament, to my understanding. Shout out to the broadcast crew. We see them in the back behind home plate. Thank you to everyone running the technology, the cameras on site here in Copargon.
Yes, Ryan, it's good that you mentioned that, because these guys, they work so hard, they carry their equipment, They carry the cameras, the cables, the wires, make sure that they reach the site on time, work day and night so that this live telecast is possible to us. We can watch this. As this time around, they will load the bases, I believe.
That's going to bloop between the center fielder and right fielder. And that's going to put a runner on first. It's a very high hit and far hit single. I think he thought that was going to be caught. I thought it was going to be caught. But here, one
Exactly,
on,
and
one
that's why.
out.
Exactly. Thought that would be caught, and that's why probably they were holding. Could have easily been a They could have easily reached the second base, but as of right now, batter on home plate, first base loaded. We are at the bottom of the third. One strike.
Winning run
Ooh,
on first base. That is going to be in the dirt. Ball one. And we've seen a lot of teams be aggressive on the base paths. I think right now might be a good time to do that. Although the Panthers catcher has made some nice plays. Maybe a little more conservative now that they've seen his arm. 2-1. Big moment here. This could change the complexion of the game entirely. That is in there. Strike two. Lower edge. And we're even.
2-2 right now. Bottom of the third. It's Panthers versus United. Hoping for some firecrackers over here. 3-2, I believe.
That is upstairs. Full count, one out. Runner on first. We'll see what the runner decides to do.
It'll be interesting. He may attempt to steal, but right now I think they're getting cautious, and that's three
Swing and a
strikes.
miss. He is gone on strikes. Huge pitch from the Panthers pitcher. And now it all comes down to this batter. What a big
Huge
moment
moment in
for
the game. Exactly. We both saying the same things. Huge moment in the game. We know something's gonna happen over here. If you do not want to go into extra innings, make sure that you load the bases, get a run because only a run is needed now. One run and United win this game. Ball one, strike zero. Or tries to play that, but I think that goes in the foul zone. Yes, it does. Indeed, it does. One ball, one strike.
Maybe now you start looking at a steal just so that a single would win the ball game. That is chopped to third. It is fielded and the throw in time. That's going to end the third inning, and we play on. Free baseball as we head to 4.
Didn't quite get the connection he would have wanted. Would have wanted to clear the infield, but the ball dropping right to the third baseman, I believe that was. He
Third
makes no
baseman really
mistake.
is a heck of a defender. So is the first baseman. Third
Right,
baseman
Ryan.
got a
Look,
good
look,
jump on that grounder, scooped it
look at
naturally. The throw was on the money and maybe a little bit off, made it a little bit harder for the first baseman, but he stretched out to make that catch. What a
exactly
game we have here.
as we see this Diamond Dream Academy baseball pathway to America. Prove it here, live it here. From DDA training fields to American schools, colleges, and big league. This is what the dream right now is, and the name is certainly suiting Diamond Dream Academy. From DDA training fields to American schools, colleges, and big leagues, this is where Indian baseball takes leaps and bounds, and this is where Indian baseball finds itself on the global stage. All thanks to DDA as we go in the extra innings. As Ryan said, free baseball.
Hope you guys are enjoying the drama here between the Panthers and Chandrayogi United. If you're liking what you see, I would really appreciate a subscription to the channel so you can stay updated to everything we got going on here. Pop up in the infield, and the pitcher is able to track it in the sun, and that's out number one.
Not easy, Ryan, with the ball hanging up in the air with the sun coming down at your eyes. The pitcher actually made good distance. I thought he was in trouble. Look at that. I thought he was in trouble, but finally managed. That is some good work by the pitcher.
A much better showing from Yash this time around. His third game of action. First batter retired, he was the second, and that is going to be a ball up and in.
The good thing is we still have time. So the third last match, the sixth match, is scheduled at 4 and it's 3:21 Indian Standard Time. As this will be, yes, he has to retire.
Routine grounder to second base. And another example of weak contact forced by Yash. That's been his MO in this game. He has really been able to force those soft ground balls. And that's usually a recipe for success as a pitcher. Now with 2 outs, nobody on, a chance to give his team another chance to walk this off. Called a ball. Now the second pitch. Swung at. It was way out of the zone, and it's going to be strike one. Panthers versus United in the tightest game we've seen so far in this tournament. Top of the fourth inning. Called ball 2.
Yes, Ryan, as you said, rightly so, tightest game of this day one of this Ahilyanagar Baseball League
United.
2025.
Happy to be here with you, Kumar. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer. Hope everybody's enjoying this game. And the count is even. The pitch swung at and contact. It is into the outfield and caught. We are headed to the bottom of the fourth, still knotted up at 1 run.
Once again, Chandrayog United will have the opportunity to seal the deal right now because they have restricted the Panthers to nothing in this top of the fourth innings. This could have been something, but once again, making sure that the score is still stagnant at that mark of 1 as we see that action replay. Once again, a good catch. Now United come on to bat and they need to make sure that at the bottom of the fourth, only 1 run required. But it's very easy. To many Indian fans who are watching cricket, they'll say scoring a run is the most easiest thing because in cricket we have plenty of runs, abundance of runs in cricket. But in baseball, scoring a run is not that easy. It may sound easy, it may seem easy, but it's not easy. As we see, this game is tightly contested at 1-1, and Chandrayog United now, bottom of the fourth. This new batter will try to change that equation, try to get that number 2 on their scoreboard and win this game for them. Here we go.
Man, don't be surprised if this game goes to a few more. Hey, man, I'm ready to play 18 extras. You know, They'll
Ryan.
play as long as they need to.
And as we said, we have time actually because the next game is scheduled at 4. So there's still it's 3:24 Indian Standard Time. Is I think there's roughly around 36 minutes, and I think in that 36 minutes we will find a winner. I'm sure of that.
I think so. I think you're right. But we'll see. Who knows? It's 2-1 to the leadoff batter here for Chandrayog.
Ryan, I was meaning to ask, was there ever any rule in baseball wherein if the game gets stuck, wherein the game is just going on into innings and we don't find a winner, was there ever any other rule to find a winner apart from playing on to much more innings? Or
You know, uh, there have been rules that have been implemented to speed up extra innings as that ball is hit into the outfield and lost the ball in the camera, it's going to be foul.
indeed.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. But there hasn't been any sort of like shootout element or home run derby at the end of games. That's going to be grounded to short, and the throw is offline, out of play, and the runner is awarded second base. That is huge for Chandrayog. They now have a chance to walk it
Actually,
off with a runner in scoring position.
that is huge actually. And I think that happened just because the ball was not thrown in correctly. The ball went on towards the fan zone, and that gave the opportunity for him to go to the second base. And that's huge actually. Because now there's a chance. And as Ryan said, this is the time to steal. If you want to steal, this is the time to steal. Because I think he'll wait right now because there's just no outs, I think. So he'll wait, probably wait, trust on his batsman so that he could hit something and they could run.
I think I would say now is a good time to steal second base. Stealing third is a little bit tougher. I think now that he's in scoring position, I think right now a good swing, a well hit ground ball into the outfield would win this game for Chandrayog.
I'm very surprised they're not trying the bunt. It was
There
a
is no
strategy.
outs.
Oh, I think they
Wow, it's
did
going to
it.
bounce over. Kind of a swinging bunt, and that could win the game.
That could win the game. Oh wait, we have three.
Runner's going to get to third base safely, and
Do we have two runners at third?
uh, I'm not sure what happened to the other one. The
I
one that was
think
on second.
I think the batter hit, and the one at second he went to third. But I think the batter he also reached third. I'm not so sure what happened because he was running. He kept on going.
Well, that did score a run. The runner's on third. It was a triple, and the runner on second scored on that chopper that
Okay,
bounced over the second baseman's head. It's 2-1.
so here we have it's 2-1 now. Actually, the score, and this game could find a winner now, Ryan.
Well, we're still playing on. I think we might have been mistaken about the walk-off opportunity. I think I'm pretty sure that these games are going to 5 innings unless it's so lopsided that, like, I believe if it's 8 runs or more, then it's a 3 inning run rule.
Yeah, maybe I agree on that because this is a much more competitive game. So maybe this goes to 5 innings.
I think that might be the case. Well, it's 2-1. Chandrayog has taken the lead, and they have a chance to extend here with nobody out and a runner on third. An RBI triple was the one that did the damage. That's going to be fouled away to the right side.
So I think what happened over there was the batter went to third base, and the guy who was at the second came back to the home plate, and that's how they have that run on the board, and the batter reached third base. I'm sure that's what happened over there in that play.
It's 1 ball, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Swing and a miss. Bit at the pitch well inside. And that's the first out.
I'm sure this is going to the fifth innings because if not, this game would have been done and dusted right now. Right, Ryan? So everything says that this
Indeed.
game is going into the fifth innings.
We
We
play
see the
on.
next batter.
And that batter is going
And
to take a ball inside.
one more thing that's slightly different from the game of cricket, Ryan, as we see this next pitch will be called a strike. One more thing that is slightly different that in cricket, once you are out, you are out. You're not going to come back for that day. You are out. But over here in baseball, you're getting chances. You are still in the game. So if you're out once, wait in turn, wait for your time. You will be given chances once again to make sure you have that redemption arc. So that's why baseball is a bit more interesting.
You're right. And it's interesting the way things work because, even though players do get second chances, as that ball gets away from the catcher and the runner will stay at third. A wild pitch and maybe a chance to advance, but the runner plays it safe. Uh, but the way that baseball works, you got a batting order that doesn't change throughout the game, which creates situations where maybe you have a player at the plate. Like, you can't always rely on your best players to come through. Like in basketball, you can give the ball to your best player when you need a bucket. In football, you can put the ball in the hands of your running back. Uh, if you trust him to score a touchdown in a big moment. In baseball, you got to rely on whoever is at the plate, and you have no idea who that's going to be. You're at the mercy of your batting order, and I think
That's what,
that creates
that's what,
that creates
yeah.
situations where you have unlikely heroes.
Yeah, that's what you said, I believe, in the first game we were commentating. That's also a game about randomness and luck. So you cannot put someone in the position that you think that okay, this guy is a good guy. I'm going to put him at this clutch position. You cannot. You've got to trust on their abilities and just it's random. You don't know who's going to come at what time of the game. So maybe it's a walk off, and you would want your best player to be there, but maybe he's not in the order to bat. So you have to actually believe in the other player who's on the strike, maybe not your best player. That's where the randomness and the luck factor comes into play. And very rightly said, comparing football and basketball and soccer as well. Because in soccer as well, if you need a penalty, you can put a player that this is my best player. It's a penalty. I'm going to put him. It's a free kick. I'm going to put my best player onto it. In baseball, you don't have that chance. Just going to rely on the players that are there on the moment, and that's what Chandra United are doing right now, relying on their players. Runner on third, two outs.
It has been a remarkable bounce back for Chandrayog after taking the beating at the hands of the Titans. They now have the lead on the Panthers. And both of these teams have looked really good. They've had some mental mistakes. Both teams could have had more runs on the board than they do. But we're seeing a lot of good swings being put on the ball. We've seen a lot of good defense being played. These are two good ball clubs.
And United would not want to miss this opportunity. There is a runner at third. They would not want to miss this. They need one more run if they want to be in the safe zone. They would want ideally to be 3-1 after the end of this innings. And there's a much possibility. You have that runner at third. All the batter is going to do is make decent contact. Do not go for a wild swing. Well, who am I to teach them baseball? These are the guys playing. But what I think right now is do not go for a wild swing. Just hope that you connect and let the runner at third complete
get a run for your team. But it's a funny game. We do not know what's going to happen. Here we go. Oh, swings, tries to take it. I think he will be successful. Nah, gone.
That is a ground out to first, and that is going to end the frame. But Chandrayog is able to take the lead. They strand a runner on third. That could have been the potential third run of the game. Routine grounder, easy play from second to first.
And I think that's the end of it, Ryan. I think they're gathering for the post match presentation, and I think that's the end of it.
You're right. Look, I could not be more confused because, normally you don't end with the team that's winning batting. But hey, they guess
I think
they
that's the end
I
of
guess
it.
they just
Yeah.
decided they wanted to play the rest of the inning out.
Yeah. That's it. They did exactly the same. So I was watching one game where Calvin and Eli were commentating, and that's what happened. They just decided that they're gonna bat through, and that is what has happened right now. And I think United have made a bounce back, and they have actually won this game. So that's a great comeback. I gotta give it to the pitcher of United, Yash, the guy who was belted for 11, has actually made a very decent comeback. Just conceded one, and courtesy of a good team effort, we see right now United take this game. They win it 2-1.
Yeah, that is really interesting. We've just gotten word from someone on the ground. Uh, the players just continue to play until their allotted time is over. It doesn't matter what the score of the game is. It doesn't matter if the team that's winning is still batting when they don't actually have to. They just keep playing. That's what I'm saying. They play for the love of the game. These these guys, they don't care about anything else. They just want to be out on the field and competing, and
And
that's what we just
actually,
saw.
if you consider, if you see that we have like 8:30 to 6 p.m. time in India right now to play the game, because we have to consider lighting as well. So it's a good decision. So the message that we just had is the game duration is 1 hour and 5 minutes. So as Ryan said, it doesn't matter what happens after that. We'll take the final score into consideration at the end of 1 hour and 5 minutes, and whoever's winning is winning. So that's a good thing to get the games moving on so that we are on track, because we have to follow a tight schedule as well. And there are 6 matches to be played. And I think now we are well on track. It's 3:37 Indian Standard Time. 4 p.m. is the scheduled timing for the last game, if I may correct myself, the sixth game, as we see the players shaking it out. That beautiful banner, Ahilyanagar Baseball League 2025. And I think it's the time for the sixth game. But before that, we'll take a short break. My name is Kumar Satyam. Joining me is my co commentator, Ryan Oppenheimer. Stay tuned with us.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to day one of the ABL Ahilyanagar baseball tournament, and it is Game 6 of day one. I've been talking for about a minute here. My mic was muted. I apologize for that, but me and Kumar are back. Ryan Oppenheimer, along with Kumar Satyam, and we've got one more game lined up for you guys. It is the Titans and the Hunters. We already saw the Titans back in Game 5 put a beating on Chandrayog United, and we'll see what they're able to do here against the Hunters. The Bet
Indeed, we did
Hunter.
see them. Indeed, we saw Titans. Titans were playing the United, Chandrayog United in the match 4, and they scored 11 something. 11-0 was the score. So this team right now, Titans, on a roll. And once again, hi to my co-commentator, Ryan Oppenheimer. It seems that we cannot take a break, and the guys are just going on non-stop. And hey, if these guys in this sweating sun, in this heat, if these guys can go on non-stop, we can go on non-stop as well. So here we are once again joining you live from Kopergaon, this Ahilyanagar Baseball League 2025 in association with Diamond Dreams Academy. Right now it's Serval Titans versus Bet Hunters. Top of the first, we are right now. One out, two ball, two strikes. This one down in the outfield, and I think they will secure a base. Yes, they do.
That is a good piece of hitting. It's a screamer past the first and second baseman. So we've seen the Titans put really good swings on the ball. They come out of the gate swinging in every single one of their games. We'll see if they're able to build a rally here with that first base runner and immediately going for second base. And that's going to be a successful steal. So I'm starting to how do I put it? I'm starting to realize that this Titans team is ever aggressive. They do not let up.
Look at Sumit right now, number 17 on our screen right now. He's already willing to go, but he's not someone who's just, made up his mind that I'm going to steal. He's watching the play. He's making sure that he watches them closely. One lapse of error, one lapse of concentration from the pitcher and the catcher, and he goes. So that's a thinking player. He's using his brain, Sumit. Even he's talking to his batter as well, making sure that they're on the same page. Interesting lad, as you said, Titans, interesting team, ready to go right from the onset, ready to just take the aggressive approach. And it happens actually if you dominate them in the first innings, it somehow plays with their mental psyche. And somehow then Titans dominate the complete game. We saw that against United. We are seeing that once again right now.
Well, you've seen some of the best talent that India has to offer here in this tournament so far, and seems like the Titans are one of the best teams here in the league. At least they looked like that in their last game. But the baseball world of India all coming together here in Maharashtra. This is a
As we see in
Maharashtra
this
based
replay,
league.
yeah, as we see in the replay, I think that's a strikeout. Three strikes, I believe this was. The pitcher, once again, that was a good pitch. He swung at it, missed, and I think that's three strikes, and he has to retire.
That
Strikeout.
is the
Oh, this
second
new
out of the
lad.
inning.
You look at this new lad, Ryan. Looks like a proper built. He can actually smack them. The number 19 from Titans. I love these people with heavy physiques because then you know that these guys can possess power. It's just a matter of timing. If they can get that sweet spot from the bat at the right time, the ball will disappear many a miles.
He goes by the name of Kunal Tribhuvan, and he is a right fielder. primarily. Same position as Aaron Judge. That is smacked to the third baseman, and there's not going to be a play. So a hard hit infield single for Tribhuvan. That's going to get the runner on second to get to third, and that's going to put runners on the corners.
This is looking good for the Titans. Runner on first, runner on third. Just need to make sure that they complete this one run, and this could be it. This could be the first run of the match, and yes, indeed it is. Indeed.
They swing at the first pitch, not letting the Hunters pitcher breathe even for a second. And that is going to score the runner from third. So, our first run of the game is scored by the Titans. Up 1-0 in the top of the first.
I think that guy is Sumit who actually came to the home plate lounge securing the first run for Titans. If I'm correct, that's Sumit who did that.
He was the first runner to reach, and he's the first runner to score.
Exactly. So Sumit, he is a proper lad. He is doing things. Oh, this will result in, yes, a grounder at first.
A lazy ground out, and that is going to end the frame. So the Hunters got into some trouble, allowed a run, but ultimately forced that weak contact and keep the damage at 1 run. Hoping for another exciting finish like we saw in Game 5. Game 6 off to a 1-0 start in favor of the Titans. We'll see the Hunters go to bat after this short break.
Ryan, I was meaning to ask you over there, the last play, could there have been a double play over there? Because the ball was well within reach. He could have tried to get the third baseman as well. It didn't matter actually. It didn't matter because 2 outs were already there. My bad. My bad.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah. My lapse of concentration. I was thinking the same thing. Why didn't they try to attempt an out on both the ends? But then I remember there's 2 outs already. They just need one more out. A lapse of concentration on my part, I believe. But they cannot afford a lapse of concentration. These players, we commentators, can afford a lapse of concentration. These players need to make sure they're at the top of their completely focusing on what's happening, the environment right now around them, making sure that they play each pitch to their merit and try and make good contact. And we see the number threes. Is he Sujit? I think Sujit on his bat. Yes, Sujit, the pitcher for Titans. Bottom of the first, 1-0 the score right now in favor of Titans. That will be called as a ball. 1-0 the count.
So this time they do give the ball to Sujit Kashid, and he is the team captain. Didn't pitch last game, but he's back on the mound here, and he's going to give up a base hit to the leadoff batter. Sneaks right past the shortstop.
Ryan, where's your favorite player? Where's Santosh Kachare? What team does he play for? I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Hey, man, we only get to see, a few of the teams play here on day 1. We'll see the rest of the teams play on day 2. But, I'm looking here. Santosh Kachare, man, that guy's electric. He's not on any of the teams that have played today. But
That guy is indeed
I
electric.
know he's here
Indeed electric.
somewhere.
Yeah.
No, he is on Chandra Yogi United. I think we just missed him. Did they get the runner out stealing?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do get the run out stealing. The number 2 trying to steal but got caught. And that's a good play by them. Good defensive play.
Indeed. And you see a lot of successful steals. Every once in a while you get a really good defensive catcher who's able to make those Steelers pay, I mean. And that is a soft grounder to first base, the underhand throw to first in time. And that's out number 2.
Look at Titans, Ryan. Look at Titans. How well they are in the defensive setup. Look at how fast there has been 2 outs now. We were just talking and just how quickly they are about to wrap up the innings for Hunters. I mean, these guys, they are gelled in good as we see that replay. Once again, the batsman gets grounded and 2 outs right now. Bottom of the first, we are in. The next batter comes in. Number 3 on his back, the pitch, Sujit. First strike for him. Good one.
So 2
In-
outs, nobody on.
oh, that'll be a
And
ball,
that
I
pitch
believe.
is
Yes, it is.
upstairs.
Yes. Interesting bat stance by the batter right now. Interesting. He's holding it quite low. Others hold it. Ah, no, he's got it high. He's got it. I thought he was holding it quite low just to make sure there is some kind of mental games playing with the pitcher.
Every batter has his own routine. You know, some batters got to take their practice swings. Sometimes batters like to tap home plate. Sometimes they just dig right in. You know, it depends on what works for the player. But that's going to skip
Exactly.
away.
And
2
sometimes
balls, no strikes.
most of the players grow up playing the sport in wherever baseball is famous. So, oh, a wild swing. That was a wild swing. If there was any time for an appropriate use of the phrase wild swing, this was it. That was legit a wild swing. And nothing he finds, only thin air once again.
He swings at that one as well and fouls it just outside third. So it's a full count now.
3-2 now. As Ryan said, full count, 2 outs, bottom of first. Titan lead 1-0. Ball, he's
And
going to
that's
walk.
just down
Yes,
and
he does.
away.
Goes to first base.
So Sujit was one pitch away of getting out of the first inning 1-2-3, but that is going to allow a base runner. And the first pitch, this next at bat is high. And that one's going to get away as well. So far from Sujit, we've seen a little bit of control issues. I think he was able to get that one in. I would imagine it's
The
2
scoreboard
balls, 1
right now.
strike now. And that's going to be a third ball.
Yes. Waiting for the scoreboard to update, Ryan. And I think you are right. It's 3-1 the score right now. The count right now, if I may correct myself.
And that's swung at and grounded into center field. Base hit. Runner on first. Will try to take third and get there. He's in there safely, and now runners at the corners. So the Hunters now, with 2 outs, nobody on, they were able to get that runner aboard with the walk, and now he's able to take third. So they have a chance to tie it now.
That means that is a good piece of running. Ryan, he ran from first to third, right?
He did.
He did indeed a good piece of running because the ball was not that deep into the outfield, but he made sure with his quick pace. Oh, look at him. Oh, I think they're going to secure
Oh,
a
the
run
ball
over here
stuck
because from the third they
away.
ran to home plate. Yes, they do.
That's going to be a run scored on a throwing error. And it is 1-1.
Hunters have actually leveled this game up now due to an error. As Ryan said, a throwing error, and Hunters have leveled this up. We'll wait for the official scorecard to be updated, but according to our knowledge, the third baseman went and secured the run, and now once again the third base is loaded with a batsman at the home plate.
Now they have a chance to take the lead with a runner on third. That's in
Exactly,
there
Ryan,
for a
as we
strike.
have the official scoreboard being updated 1-1 the score, and as Ryan said, possibly they could now take a lead. Look how quickly the game changes. Look how quickly the momentum changes in baseball. One moment you're trailing, and the next moment we are talking about them taking a lead as well. 2-1 the count right now. Two outs we are. Bottom of first. Third base is loaded. Something exciting is coming up. Here comes Sujit. Oh, they swing it once again. I think this will be an out. Yes, a grounder. That brings the innings to a close. 1-1 right now. We are done with the first innings, Ryan.
It was an entertaining first inning, and we saw the Hunters really claw back and to tie that game up. They could have, given up being with two outs and nobody on base, but they were able to put a rally together, starting with that walk. And now we have a tie game. So far, we've seen a lot of quality matchups in this tournament. And, a lot more parity of talent than we saw in the national championship. There were a lot of blowouts in that tournament. And, one of the best teams in that amateur national championship was Maharashtra. They ended up winning the championship, even though the uh, championship game was called due to a rain delay. But they ended up winning the championship somehow, some way. And that just goes to show there's a lot of talent in this region of the country, and they're all duking it out here in this tournament. The rules of the tournament are that at least 8 players on each team have to be from Maharashtra, and they can have a maximum of 4 outside players. So these are largely players that reside in Maharashtra, but not all. As we are already going in the second inning, Titans up to bat.
Well said, Ryan. Most of these players are from Maharashtra. The ecosystem is developing in this side of the country. And I just got to say that this is just one part of the country we have tapped into right now. As DDA will grow, as they will continue to expand, imagine the amount of talent they can find across the country. It's a big place, India. A lot of states, a lot of cities. And, as this one is swing, and I think this will reach. Oh, good one. They will steal. I think they're going to steal a lot over here. Pardon me, not steal, they're going to secure. Some technical terms. Do not get confused, casual cricket fans.
It's a fair ball, and it is a double that landed just inside the foul line in right field. Good swing, and the leadoff runner is aboard.
Good swing. Actually, good swing. That was a good swing. At one point, I thought the ball was in there. I thought it was going to the foul zone, but actually, a good swing secures the second base now.
That ball fouled
As I
back.
was saying, this is just one part of the country, Maharashtra. The more DDA grows, the more it expands, the more talent it finds, the more Indian baseball ecosystem will be growing. And indeed, these players making sure that they become the pilot of this revolution, the Indian baseball revolution in India, powered by DDA, Diamond Dreams Academy, as we see, attempt to steal but comes back safe.
You're right, and Maharashtra certainly is not the only talented region. There were a lot of good players from all over the country, including from Punjab. There were a lot of powerful hitters on Punjab. Maharashtra really brought the most complete game because they had the power, the contact, the defense. Punjab was pretty much all power. They had multiple guys who could hit home runs, and they were a joy to watch. Uh, so hopefully we could get another tournament like this at some point in Punjab, as that's going to be a ground out. Runner will stay at second.
Indeed, indeed. Indeed. And Ryan, you were commentating in the national championship. You have seen players from Punjab, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh. So you have a better idea right now because you have been in the scene for long. This is my first game commentating with you. This is my first game commentating for DDA. Ryan actually has been there for a long time. So he's been seeing players and not just male athletes. You have been seeing women athletes as well. So you know players much better than I do right now. And you've seen them play. You've seen Punjab players. I was seeing the highlights actually. They do whack the ball hard actually. But you are right on one point. Maharashtra right now probably has the most complete game in that regard, and that's why I think it's the ecosystem around Maharashtra is developing, and it's all helpful. Oh, wild swing as we talk about it. Once again, this is a perfect example of wild swing. If this would have connected, this would have gone many a miles. Lucky to the pitcher, it didn't connect.
Well, if you throw it that far out of the zone, it's going to be hard to make contact with it. That's a high arcing curveball that's going to not get the call. Excuse me, it does get the call. That is a strike, and it's 0-2. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, and a strikeout for the second out of the inning. And now comes down to this guy right here stepping up to the plate with a runner on first and 2 outs. He's going to swing at the first pitch, and that's going to drop into the center field. It's going to score a run, and the Titans take the lead. I think I'm wrong about that. I think it was caught. Yeah, that's going to be the end of the frame. Score stays at 1-1. Couldn't quite see where the ball was going once contact was made, but it was caught in the outfield, and it's going to stay tied here. Hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. Right now, it's telling me that there are 17 watching now. I've seen as many as 30 watching at one time.
I was reading the live chats. I think we got fans of Calvin and Eli over here. Did you read that, Ryan?
Kumar, that's actually me. I like to hype up my fellow commentators. I'm sliding catch. If you ever see me in the chat, I like to boost engagement.
Yeah.
I like to
And
show
actually,
support. That's
there's
me
a guy
right
called
there.
this guy called Shivraj Ware. He actually praises us. He says, "Nice commentary, guys." So yeah, thank you, Shivraj, for making sure that you motivate us. And I'm sure that's not you. I'm sure that's not you. You cannot have an Indian name. You cannot be Shivraj Ware.
No, I'm not saying I'm the only guy who appreciates our commentary, but I'm one of them.
Hey, you know what? I'm also one of them. You can find connect with Kumar. It says I'm here for Ryan and Kumar. That's me making sure that we keep the engagement alive as we begin once again. Sujit, number 3. He's been pitching good till now, Sujit. Just making sure that his hands are now fully relaxed, shoulders in position, making sure that he can pitch to his best. Tries the bunt and gets a walk to first base. So Sujit, as I said, he was doing good maybe, but gives a walk.
He does.
Commentators
And that is
cuss.
going to be a leadoff runner reaching in the bottom of the second inning. Sujit's still out there after a shaky first inning, kept the damage to 1 run. Lays that in for a strike one.
I mean, indeed, we did talk about this earlier in our commentary duo between me and Ryan. But indeed, in the meanwhile, they try a steal. Good awareness, good baseball all around. Actually, the pitcher showing good awareness, making sure that the first baseman, the first base guy, didn't actually get the steal. Good baseball overall. As that, I think there's going to be a ball. Yes, it's a ball. 2-0 the count. As we did talk about this before about the story, the movie Million Dollar Arm. If there's anyone watching this stream right now, Indian audience, I'll highly suggest them to go and watch the movie Million Dollar Arm. That's the name of the movie, right, Ryan? I'm correct.
It is. Actually, when DDA was, oh man, that's a throw to second. It's offline. It's into the outfield. Steal attempt is going to be successful, and he's going to take third base, and he's going to stay there. Honestly, could have
Definitely,
taken home if he wanted to.
yeah, definitely not $1 million arm on that guy. Missed it for sure. Would want to
Hey
make sure
man,
his arm's much better.
not everybody's got $1 million arm, but hey, they all got potential.
They all got potential,
Any of these guys
exactly.
can become a star. And like you said, they're still learning. It's not easy out here playing catcher. But
Not
yeah,
not
you're
easy at
right.
all.
Back to $1 million
Yeah,
arm, great movie. I was gonna say, when DDA was looking at bringing me on to do commentary for them, they highly encouraged that I watch the movie. Mostly because we have a man working for us who was involved in that movie and was involved in that story of Dinesh Patel and Rinku Singh making it to baseball in America. But
I think the man you're talking about is it Dipesh Solanki, the head of baseball
yes,
operations.
yes.
Yeah,
And if you're curious, Dipesh Solanki, uh, yes, head of baseball operations for DDA. If you watch $1 Million Arm, uh, the character that Dipesh Solanki, excuse me, is based on is the translator Amit Rohan. I don't know if you've seen the movie yet, Kumar, but he's really a character, the interpreter, and he's also becomes a videographer uh, later on in the movie. He starts to like document the players' experiences as they're training in California. He's really a great character, comedic relief, and I think it really portrays the enthusiasm of Deepesh really well. Maybe a bit exaggerated, but uh, just showed his enthusiasm for really putting on for Indian sports, Indian athletes, as a routine ground out play is made. So the Hunters up to bat here, 1 out.
the Hunters on the lead right now. 2-1 they lead over Titans. We said Titans were playing very well, but Hunters slowly creeping into the lead. 2-1 now. I think Titans began the scoring early. 1-0 was the score. Then Hunters came back, equaled 1-1, and now they in the lead 2-1, making sure that they ensure lead is much more now going into this game.
It's going to be another catch made in the infield for out number 2. And the runner, I believe, scored on the ground out. They did make
Yeah,
the play at first, so the runner scored on a fielder's choice.
you're correct. And as we were talking about $1 Million Arm, I think one thing that I watched the movie, I didn't watch the movie completely. I did watch it in parts right now. One thing I really
Yeah.
liked about it is the way they have documented it. It's a really well documented piece of art, I will say. With the way, I mean, these guys have been documented and their journey. Where I see in the movie that they actually say that it's very good for a first time pitcher to actually pitch at that level that Rinku and Dinesh were doing. And just to see Rinku when this, okay, so this reality show in India, as we see another strike, this is a strike, yes, it is. As we were saying, this came as a reality show in India in 2008. And for the Indian audience, if they want to check in, they can go Google it. Million Dollar Arm reality show that was telecasted on Z. Z is a broadcasting network in India. Go and check Rinku Singh in 2008 and go and check Rinku Singh in 2014. His complete life changed. The Rinku Singh in 2008 was a nervous young lad who's just afraid of speaking the language English. And you watch Rinku Singh, as we see, I think this will potentially lead to a base run. This will indeed, yes, indeed it will. As you see Renko Singh in 2014, go watch his interviews. He sounds like a Native American. The way he talks with confidence, the way he dresses, the way he speaks. So that's how a life can change, and that's really a life-changing story. Million Dollar Arm, ladies and gentlemen, go stream Million Dollar Arm if you can, and if you like a good movie on baseball. As we begin, bottom of the second, tries to bunt but then leaves it. 2 outs right now.
Well, the Hunters have a chance here to put the Titans in some trouble. We saw the Titans dominate in their last game, but they're going to have a tougher time here against the Hunters.
Exactly. They're going to have a tougher time. This time around, Hunters are not here just messing around. They're not like United. With all due respect to United, but they were blown away in that game. Titans did blew them away. But Hunters right now giving them tough competition. And the jersey looks beautiful once again, as we see for both the teams. This red on black and this kind of purple on black. This looks beautiful. So, as we were talking about, shout out to the jersey makers as well, the graphic designers who painted this beautiful jersey. As Ryan said, these colorful jerseys making it look beautiful. As he walks, I think that's a strike, Ryan? Strike out?
Yes, it is. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And Sumit is going to end the frame as his team is now trailing 2-1. The runner did score on a fielder's choice, but the damage ends there. And the Titans will have a chance to answer here as we move to the top of the third.
Now, indeed, that now we have understood how these games are being decided. It's not on innings, it's on time. So, roughly around 3:40, we begin this game, Indian Standard Time. The set standard right now is 1 hour, 5 minutes. That's 65 minutes. So, roughly, we have played 35 minutes of that. And the next 30 minutes remaining. So, it's going to be an interesting watch right now. Hunters in lead. But Titans, they have all the necessary ammunition to make a comeback. You cannot count them out. If there's a team who scored 11 in one innings, imagine what these guys can do. Definitely can make a comeback.
We'll get started here shortly in the third inning. Titans versus Hunters. And so far, we've gotten to see a few teams here. We've seen the Hunters, the Panthers, the Titans, United. And curious to see which team ends up on top of everything. 3 days of action will crown a champion on day 3. As a quick line out will retire the first batter.
As we see this replay, didn't connect the way he would have wanted. An easy catch. It's all about connections. I'm kind of curious. Not curious. I'm just a bit. I won't say disappointed. That's not the right word, but I'm kind of waiting actually for someone to make a clean contact, for that ball to just sail them, just make the ball disappear. Because I'm waiting. I'm waiting. That's my catchphrase. I'm waiting for someone to hit that clean, and I say the ball disappears.
Hey, we saw plenty of those in past tournaments. I think it's bound to happen at some point.
Yeah, indeed.
Hey, I'm not sure what happened on that last play. Looks like he's going to be called out.
Yes, he's called out because we see that 2 outs on there. It was 1 out before. That was a fly out. Now I think there's 2 outs, so he's out. Not sure what caused that, but definitely he's out.
And that pitch is upstairs. So Titans have 1-run deficit, and they've got some time to make it up. But with 2 outs here, nobody on, they need a big swing. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch is swung at and grounded, chopped to short, and the play is made. So they go down in order. A very quick frame, and the Titans aren't able to do any damage on the offensive end. So the Hunters remain up by 1 run, and they'll have a chance to extend as we head to the bottom of the third.
To be honest, Ryan, this is the first time I've seen Titans being dominated because look how quick their innings came to an end. 3 outs, and it was just like 2 or 3 minutes that this came on to innings. And this was something that they were doing very good in the game against United Titans. They were not getting out easily. They were taking more time on that home plate. But this time around, the hunters, the bet hunters, are making sure that they're dominating. So it's one metric to see the scorecard and to see who's dominating who. But these kind of things on the pitch that shows a dominance. So in this game, actually, I'm inclining more on the side of Hunter. I think it's Hunter who have dominated the Titans. Your take, Ryan?
I don't think either team is really dominating either team, but I do think the Hunters have played the better game. And, you know, neither team has really gotten the big swing, but the the Hunters have made better contact. They've gotten runners on base. They've taken some walks, and they've been playing smart baseball that's allowed them to get those 2 runs.
One thing, Ryan, I think the pitching has been better. Hunters have pitched better than Titans. This is what I feel.
I was gonna say it. You got to give credit to the Hunters pitcher because he's really gotten he's really been under control, and he's finding the strike zone consistently. He's forcing these Titans to swing at the ball, but his pitches have enough break and movement on him that it's hard for these Titans to locate the pitches, and they end up not getting strong contact. I think that's an underrated skill as a pitcher, inducing weak contact. That's how a lot of players make their living in the MLB, and the Hunters have really got it down to a science. And
As we
that's, I
see,
believe, going to be another ground out
yes, correct, Ryan. Grounded at first.
for the first out of the frame.
As you were saying, that's an underrated skill actually for a pitcher.
You're right. And a lot of people talk about strikeouts. A lot of people talk about velocity. A lot of people talk about control, but honestly, it's a combination of those 3 that leads to the ultimate skill of just getting outs however you can. And everybody's got a different formula for getting outs. And some guys really defy, traditional ways. Like some guys don't necessarily throw hard, or they don't necessarily throw with a ton of movement, but they just get outs. And honestly, it's because they're able to pitch, with precision. They're able to pitch smartly, and they're able to pitch unpredictably. That's a hard hit ball.
Oh,
It's going to go all the way to the wall. It doesn't get out. Park's going to contain it, but it's going to be a stand-up double for the Hunters.
we could
So there you go.
literally, Ryan,
There's some hard contact. Not quite a home run.
exactly, Ryan. We could literally legit have had our first home run. It was near and probably the best contact made in the games that we have commentated. This was pure, clean connection.
It was a beauty for sure. And now it puts the Hunters with a runner in scoring position.
That is what I was saying, Ryan. Hunters have actually played better. Once again, this is a swing. But I
Not
think
sure
this
if that
goes in
was
the foul zone.
fair. Runners are staying where they're at, so that's going to
Yep.
be a foul
Goes.
ball.
Yes.
But the double that was just hit, that was hit by Deshmukh Kak, Kakash Saheb. I will, I will. I'll take the, I'll take the hit for that pronunciation. Doing my best
Yeah.
here.
The more games you cover, Ryan, the more better you get at the Indian name pronunciation. I think he's number 10 right now who had the long shot. Number 10. He's Vikram, I
Yeah,
think. On his back, I can see Vikram.
Vikram.
He's
Yes,
Vikram. Yeah, he's Vikram. Number 10. Easier name pronunciation for you this time around.
yes. Some of these players I've noticed go by their middle names. Some of them go by their first names. Some go by their last names. It's really interesting.
So, with the middle name, actually, there's a culture in Maharashtra that you take the name of your father. So, the middle name actually symbolizes the name of their fathers. And that's how, because most of the players are from Maharashtra, that's what their middle name signifies. I'm so sorry, not the middle name. I'm so sorry. Let me get it correct. The last name. So sorry.
Yeah,
The last name.
yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Bottom of third right now. Two balls, two strikes. Runner on second. That will lead to third ball. Three ball, two strikes right now. And now something's got to give up. I think, let me predict something. What just happened over here before my prediction? I'm not so sure. I was about to predict something. You got to wait. Ryan, your take on this.
I think this is a make or break moment for Sumit, and he's getting a quick mound visit here from his infield. I think they recognize this is a big moment and a big pitch. I think that, Sumit's the captain of this Titans team. We've seen the Titans play very well today. I think they find a way to get it done here. Again,
As
we've
Ryan
seen
said,
you got to just induce weak contact. That's got to be your approach
prime
here.
thing. Yeah. Yeah. And as you said, they actually understand that this is a make or break thing. And that's why they had a team meet over there at the pitcher's mound. And I think this is a ball. Yes, it is. Run at first base. It works well in favor of hunters. Pet hunters right now are having an upper hand.
They are, and that puts two runners aboard.
And they still have just one out. So that means they have two more players they can afford.
Well, the thing is, the walk isn't the end of the world in that situation because now with the runner on first, the double play is in play.
Good point, Ryan. Very good point.
Sometimes sometimes you'll see teams pitch very conservatively in that situation as that throw gets away at third base and the outfielder doesn't have a play that should score a run.
Indeed, Ryan, that is a run. I'm sure about that. And Hunters have just extended their lead. I think it's going to be 3-1 now.
So there's a runner on second, not on third.
Oh, look at that
Swung
swing. That's
at.
high in the air. Oh, definitely this time around they're going to make another one. I think the third base will be loaded now.
And a play at the plate. He's out. He's out. Oh my goodness, a bang bang play. Outfielder tracks it down. That might have been the second baseman. The relay. It was the relay from, I believe, the shortstop. Catcher makes the tag. Again, maybe not the best send, maybe not the best decision for the base runner to go for home there. But I also think that a lot of these base runners, they could probably get there if they ran a little bit harder.
Indeed, Ryan. And as we see the updated scoreboard, we were correct. It's 3-1 right now. Hunters had taken that lead in the previous play before this. So what happened over there in the previous play that the second baseman went to third and courtesy of a misfield and error, he then completed, came back to the home plate. And that's how he secured the one run. And in the last time around, as you said, correct, Ryan, actually if they try hard and make sure they dive completely, they can. Plenty of learnings. I'm sure definitely as we stay tuned and watch more of the games, we will see that in action.
One of my favorite plays in baseball, a well executed relay from the outfield to nail a runner at the plate. It's poetry in motion, I must say.
And that is what exactly that happened just now. Proper relay, poetry in motion, as Ryan would say. And it's tough to execute because you need actually good coordination. So the outfield fielder gets it to the infield and then he goes to the plate, making sure this all happens in quick time. You don't have much time. Oh, we look at a steal attempt from second to third, and I think is that successful?
It is. He's
No.
safe. I think he was catching the pitcher and the catcher napping right there.
This is something that hunters have done good, and that's why I was saying, Ryan, that I think hunters have had an upper hand on this game. They are more sharp. I would say that they're more sharp. I've enjoyed their play actually. I'll tell you one thing: this is the most I've enjoyed a team play at this tournament right now. I've covered three games right now. I'm watching Hunters for the first time, and I'll tell you, I've been thoroughly enjoyed watching them, and I think I don't know. I think these two teams might well we can see them in the final four. Actually, these two teams have that pedigree. Tomorrow's day is still remaining. We got to see what happens tomorrow. But from today, I think these two are your good teams right now.
Yeah, they've stood out above the rest today, as that's going to be a swing and a miss, strike three to end the inning. So, a couple runs score for the Hunters, but a strikeout ends the inning. Hunters on top 3-1,
And I think it's
and
4:30 Indian Standard Time right now, and we begin roughly around at 3:40. So according to my calculations, we still have 15 minutes of play. That means one more innings, and that's where Titans would be looking to make a comeback because the game is far from over. I mean, for casual viewers of baseball, this lead is nothing right now. Actually, Titans can easily. It's the same team that plummeted 11 runs in an innings. So Ryan, we know that a comeback is easily available.
all it takes is just some momentum. Once
Good
one
point.
once one guy has a good at bat, it makes it easier for the next guy to just build off of that momentum. And then all of a sudden, the pitcher's losing confidence, the pitcher's losing control, and it can lead to an 11-run outburst like that.
Good point. Momentum is key. When you're riding the wave of momentum, everything seems easy. And that's why they say when momentum is in your favor, use that. Use that to go big. Any sport you play, momentum is very important. As we begin, the top of the fourth right now. This game right now, if you're tuning live, if you're new to this stream, my name is Kumar Satyam. I'm joined by my co-commentator Ryan Oppenheimer. It is the Titans versus Hunters. Titan 1, Hunters 3. Top of the fourth. We begin right now. Strikes, goes for a ball.
And we could be set for another exciting finish. We'll see. 3-1.
Look at that jersey, Ryan. It looks beautiful. I must say that. I'm just constantly fixated on the jersey as we see this ball going into the foul zone. This will be counted as a strike. But that jersey looks beautiful. I would definitely want to have one of that jersey. Please, Titan team owners, if you're listening, send me one. Thank you.
Man, yeah, that would be quite a collector's item, you know?
That would be.
Just rocking one of these, in America, I could if I somehow got my hands on one of these jerseys, there would be so many people asking me, "What is that? Where'd you get that?" And I'd be able to tell everybody about this awesome experience with DDA.
So I think that's gonna happen now. So Diamond Dream Academy, we need one for Ryan
Come
Oppenheimer so that
on.
he goes into the streets. He goes into the streets walking in, and that will be such an iconic. That will be actually a global expansion. So you wearing a jersey of so will Titans in USA, that would be a complete example of how we have turned into a global village wherein people now come in together. People make sure that they support different sports from different countries. So right now, that is what DDA is doing from the United States of America, investing in India, making sure that this game develops, and that's going to be a great gesture as we move ahead. Top of the fourth right now, one ball, two strike. Number eight, the pitcher.
Here we go. And he gets a piece of it. That is into fair territory. Or is it? Looks like it was
I think
just
it is.
foul. I don't know. I mean, they didn't have a play on it. I think the batter is gonna pick his gloves back up. Or no, he's gonna reach first. Yep, that is a single.
The scoreboard says that they did reach to first base, so that means it was a fair play. The ball landed maybe in the fair zone, and that's how we see the first base loaded. Next batsman comes in. I'm also loving their different bats. So I mean, that also reflects probably their choices because I saw a guy come in with proper black and green bat. I mean, not green, it was neonish kind of. So
Mm.
that's also a good thing to watch people with different colors of their bat. Interesting take. And I've heard that people love their bat so much. There are many people, as we see a steal, maybe. Yes, it is a steal. From first to second, number seven. Look at the dust he's carried in his stride. Harsh. And that's such a beautiful picture with the dust just settling in and his name coming in. Harsh onto our screen. Beautiful steal from first to second. And I have the saying, Ryan, I've heard that many people actually love their bat so much they keep it protected. Some bat that they've scored home runs with, some bat with which they have made team win matches, they actually keep them. So that's actually a collector's item. Am I right?
You know, any baseball equipment that's involved in an iconic moment is kept in a safe place. It's very held near and dear by the person who used them. It's a very sentimental thing. Players are really protective of their equipment. But that's going to be a successful play at first from the defense, and it's going to be out number one. But the runner does get to second base on the play. So the tying run is at the plate. Can the Titans come back here in the fourth inning?
Indeed, I bet my money on Titans. I'm sure they are eyeing a comeback, and I love a comeback. I always love a comeback. I heard comeback stories, and I come back to life. If I'm dead, oh, once again, look at him. I think that's a steal. Once again, successful. I'm not so sure. Nah, it's not successful. This time around, he's just caught. This was Harsh actually who tried to steal from second to third. Ryan, your
Ugh.
take.
I think he was getting a little greedy there. Good catch. I mean, good catch. A good throw from the catcher, excuse me. And nailed the runner. Good throw.
Actually,
Good tag.
actually, Ryan, good throw from the catcher. Actually, that is one thing that he's had a good arm, the catcher for Hunters.
Indeed. That's the team captain, Kanhaya.
Hmm.
And you know that he just made a huge play and now a strikeout I think ends the game. Now, you never know with this tournament because sometimes these teams just play on, but they're high-fiving each other. The Hunters are on top after 4 innings of play,
And
and that
I
appears to be
think
the game.
exactly, Ryan. That appears to be the game. According to our knowledge and insight, there's still 7 minutes of play remaining. We begin at 3:40, is 4:37 Indian IST, Indian Standard Time. But right now, with the kind of celebration that they had, I think, or they could maybe, I think they're going for one more innings. I think they want Titans to
They,
bat maybe, Hunters to bat maybe.
I think they could be. You're right. Well, now at least we know why the teams play on.
Yeah, yeah.
But
The
there's not a
blindfold
whole
is
lot of
now
time
off.
left in their slot.
I think they're going to
Right.
manage, right? I think they're going to manage, and they are coming to bat. I think they're going to manage, and it's going to be a good insight now. Once again, as Hunters would, because they know that the game is won. They are probably very safe. So I think we can see some good swings wherein they are free from that tension, wherein they can just go around and swing their bat because the game is already won. So it's going to be exciting watch over here.
Well, there you go. Hard swing at the first pitch goes foul. Well, we're winding down day one of the Ahilyanagar Baseball League here in Côte d'Argent. It's been a successful day.
Indeed, a successful day actually, because this is me first time tuning in into this broadcast. Prayan and Eli already have done a great job. As we see this one, this goes to the outfield and they will secure a base. And as I was speaking, my first day as the commentator for DDA in this tournament, the ABL Ahilyanagar Baseball League. And it's been an interesting watch, to be honest. I was not so sure what to expect from the Indian baseball ecosystem, but what I've seen is promise. And promise, if fulfilled, will turn into potential. And potential, if fulfilled, will turn into product. And once the product is ready, we can have a huge revolution. And I think Ryan agrees with me and with my insight as we see this last innings.
That's a good way to put it, my man. I really like how you said that. It's been fun. We've seen talent. We've seen a fair bit of chaos. We've seen some base running mistakes. We've seen high intensity play. We've seen good strikeouts, and we've seen just about everything here on this dirt field.
Just a home run remaining. Just a home run
You're right.
remaining. That's
You're right.
what
Oh,
is
I got
on my
so
wish
close.
list. Just that. And the Indian fans would be excited to watch it as well because that's the equivalent of. I mean, in cricket, we call it as a six, so that gives you the maximum runs. That's 6 runs. But I think home run is much more. Home run is like, how do I say? Home run is like six sixes in an over. That's the
Mm.
equivalent. I mean, that's like home run, because it's very rare to watch a home run. It's not your frequent thing. It's not rare. It happens. It happens quite frequently, but it's still a rare sight. You do not watch that on like this ball is lofted high. I think this will be taken. Yes, a routine play executed to perfection. I think finally these boys are now displaying a level of baseball that is quite good.
And you said it yourself. These two teams look like the best
Yeah.
in their division. At least the best two teams that we've seen today. We have yet to see a whole group of teams, though. Tomorrow we'll see the Yuva Odyojak Rockers in action. We'll see the San Giovanni Spartans, the Food Hub Falcons. Man, I really like that name. I gotta ask you, is there actually a city called Food Hub, or is that just like the
No.
sponsor of the team?
The sponsor, maybe the sponsor. There's no city called as Food Hub.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, some of these are named after cities. Am I right, or are they all sponsors?
So let's see. Chandrayog is not a city. So Chandrayog United, not a city. Punthamba, I don't think Punthamba is a city as well. Several is not a city as this ball is lofted high, safe, and I think they'll secure bases over here as well. Look at that throw. We got to wait to
Well,
watch what happened. As I was saying, Ryan, Punthamba is not a city, Chandrayog is not a city, Sarovar is not a city, Bet is not a city, Food Hub is definitely not a city. You are Adrog, whatever you said, that's not a city. So I think mostly it's not based on a name of a city. I think it's their sponsors maybe, or something that they've picked because it's funny to
Hey
have
man,
food hub as your city name, man.
I'm learning as I go. But
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense now that you say
yeah,
that. But also I think the one team I didn't mention, the Bala Lavenders.
yeah.
So four other teams. There's 8 teams in the league, and we've only seen four of them today. And we'll get started at the same time tomorrow. Scores 5-1, by the way. Hunter's adding insult to injury. And here's another hit that gets away from the outfielder. He's going to chase it down. It's at the wall. Runner rounding second. He will hold up at third. And they're 1 out away from a win. Not often you say that when they're at bat. Usually you say that
Exactly.
when
This
they're,
is
pitching. But
this is
hey,
what I was
oh
trying to
no,
say
no,
because
they're actually leaving the field. This is the end of the game. I guess
it
we've
is the
reached
end of the
time.
game. Yes, and this is what I was saying, Ryan, that not always you say that 1 out away from victory because but they are in a luxury.
Hey man, I think you might have cut out. Well, hey, uh, what a day of baseball it was. We've seen everything under the sun here, except for the homer, except for the big blast. But hey, we got 2 more days to see that. And as of now, the Bet Hunters look like a team that could be poised to win it all. You never know, as we have yet to see 4 teams in action. We'll see them tomorrow. But as of now, day one of the ABL, Ahilyanagar Baseball League in Kopargaon, Maharashtra, has come to an end, capped off by a 6-1 victory by the Bet Hunters over the Serval Titans. So that's going to be it for today. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer, along with my partner Kumar Satyam. We'll be back right here at the same time tomorrow. And thank you all for watching. Hope you guys tune in tomorrow, and we'll see you next time.
I think we are 6-1 right now. The Hunters, look at the Hunters. Look at how well these guys have played. They have displayed tremendous amount of skill right now, leading 6-1. Not easy to lead against the Titans, but they are leading, and they are leading in charge. So we begin with the top of the fifth. It's not over, Ryan. It's not over. They have gone into the top of the fifth
It's
now.
not over. It's not over yet. Hey, man, Titans have a chance here.
So actually, my connection went off and I thought it's done and dusted. But then I got a message that it's still on from the infield, and then I got to get back to my connection. And they're still on. They're not going back. They don't want to go back. They're playing for the love of the game, as we said.
They are. They are, man. They really are.
Ryan, what time is it?
It's 3:16 a.m. for me.
Ryan wants to
I'm not
go off.
complaining.
Ryan wants to.
I'm not complaining. I'm doing it for the love of the game.
What a catch, by the way. Look at that, Ryan. Look at that. That was an effort. That was a proper effort.
It was.
He was running
And
actually. The left outfielder came in running and made sure that he takes a proper belter of a catch. That's not your routine play. Of course, that may be somewhere else, but over here, that's a high standard of fielding. Look at that.
yeah, that was a great catch, running it down in the sun at full speed. Good job by the left fielder right there.
And it's very hard for Ryan to actually praise, because usually, because he's used to watching such high standard of baseball, that most of the plays for him is routine play. But this one, even Ryan's got to say that that was not a routine play. That was a
It's not a
good
routine
catch.
play. You're right.
It was not a routine play.
That
We are
was a
on
step
the.
up.
That was a step up, indeed.
Well, that looked like a routine play to me. If I've ever seen, oh no, that was some nice little fielding from the pitcher. Didn't catch it in the glove, but stopped it, then picked it up, made the throw to first. Got the job done. And oh, looks like it's going to be a pop up and caught. So that's the third out. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna take any chances here. I have no idea. Are we still playing? I have no idea. I'm gonna wait until those players line up on the baselines for me to make any calls. But as of now, it's 6-1. Bet Hunters on top.
Indeed, Ryan. Indeed, Ryan. We're not making any more mistakes, making sure that once we see the final, then only we leave. But I think this is the last innings. Bottom of five, this is the last innings. That's for sure. We cannot be wrong over that. That's for sure. Bottom of fifth, the last innings right now. And I can bet my money on that. As well as, I think, give me a name, Ryan, that you find the most interesting. Your favorite team name from the eight teams right now.
Team name.
Yeah.
Man, we're getting into the weeds here. But I think that honestly, maybe
Food
a
Hub
deep cut
Falcons,
here,
I'll
but
say.
the Lavenders. The Lavenders was a team name that I never would have expected any team to ever pick. Lavenders. It's so cool. Like honestly,
Yeah.
like why haven't we thought of that in America? Lavenders is a
It is
great name.
actually cool. It is actually a
You know,
great
I
name.
guess
I'll go.
I guess maybe in America, maybe a lot of teams look for, maybe names that are more menacing. Like a lot of times they pick fierce animals like tigers or lions or bears. Or, in baseball, they'll pick birds like cardinals, uh, orioles. Often, you don't see teams named after flowers or plants. That's not very common. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the risk. And all I'm saying is they better be wearing the color lavender. They better
Yeah.
be.
We gotta wait. We gotta wait till tomorrow. But that's a good observation, Ryan. That mostly they're named after animals and birds, but not after flowers. That's a very good observation you made. But my favorite team, as we see this will go down as a strike, and he runs. Can he go to the first base? Yes, he does. Safe at first. My favorite team name is because it matches. It is an alliteration actually. Similar letters at the beginning of words. It's Poontamba Panthers. So for me, that's a very when I speak that, I really love the noise it produces. Poontamba Panthers. Sounds like a fierce team, as you were saying. So for me, it's Poontamba Panthers.
I can't be mad at that pick.
Bottom
All
of
these all
fifth
these
right
teams have
now.
good names. I
Yeah, they
mean,
have good names actually.
Bet Hunters is an amazing name. I gotta say. I don't know where the bet comes from. I mean, is there just a company named Bet? I have no idea, but it's catchy. It's
It is
provocative.
catchy, indeed.
Well, we play on into the afternoon here in Copargon. Bottom of the fifth inning. As the Hunters are up by 5, they're still batting.
Just to let the stream know right now, Indian Standard Time 4:52. From where Ryan is commentating, it's roughly around 3:30. So he's waking up in the morning, making sure that he delivers his insights on this game, which is very crucial. Very crucial to hear someone who's more familiar to the game of baseball. So thank you, Ryan, for making sure that we hear your expert analysis on this game of baseball. It's never easy. It's never easy waking up till midnight. More than midnight. It's like early morning right now, 3:30 right now. So we enjoy the luxury of having evening time in India. Ryan right now making sure that he wakes up and delivers the insight. Thank you, Ryan. The feed and the chat. If you're watching us, you can type thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Kumar. I appreciate you, and thank you for joining me. Uh, I gotta say, you know, you're an amazing commentator. Don't sell yourself short. You know more baseball than you let on. And I hope you get a chance to do some play by play tomorrow, man. I would love to give you the chance
Sure.
to do that.
Sure. And
Um,
if Sportswood, if you're listening, DDA, you can hire me for the next event as well. I'm just kidding. As we go down, bottom of fifth right now, runner at first base, two outs. Number eight right
well, maybe the
now.
Hunters will try to go for the run rule victory. This game was pretty close until it wasn't. Runner going for
Look at
third,
this one. He
and it's
might,
hit into a hole, but I think it's caught.
and I think that's the
It
end.
is.
Yes.
I'm
Finally,
not.
I think this is the end of the
Not
day.
making
I
any
think this is
calls.
the end of the ride. That ball was lofted high in the air, two outs already. The outfielder makes sure he catches that, and I think with that we see players shaking it out.
Yeah,
And if Ryan does
they
not
are.
believe it, I can stamp it. Yes, Ryan, they are shaking it out. That's the end of day one at Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. We have had 6 games. We had our 4 commentators. A big shout out to each and everyone involved in making this tournament possible, and the main man, the CEO, the Chief Executing Officer, Mr. Kanwal Sura from DDA. What a great tournament we have in front of our eyes. Ryan, your signing words.
Yeah, this was really amazing, and we've seen some talent, and we've seen plenty of defensive plays on display. And I think that the Bet Hunters really made their statement here with a win over a Titans team that got a huge win in their last game. The Hunters look like a problem, and I would not be surprised if they make it to the title game. Again, we have yet to see 4 entire teams in action, and I'm really excited to see what other teams stand out tomorrow. But so far, this looks like a really talented group that clearly loves the game. And yeah, successful day one. No rain. Field still in good condition. Players in good spirits. And let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again for day two.
Indeed, as Ryan said, we didn't see 4 more teams. So, what's in store for you guys tomorrow? The ones who have joined us live in stream, 4 new teams to watch out tomorrow. It's gonna be Rockers, it's gonna be Lavenders, it's gonna be Spartans and Falcons who will take on tomorrow, day two of Ahilyanagar Baseball League. Same place, same time. We will begin at DDA's official YouTube channel. 4 new teams. The commentating faces will remain same. Stay tuned with us as we will begin tomorrow 8:30 or 9 roughly around. Stay in touch with us guys as day 1 is done and dusted at Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. My name is Kumar Satyam. I was your commentator for the day. Joining me was the ever hardworking Ryan Oppenheimer. Thank you guys for joining with us, and this is us signing off.